Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake. I'll be filling in for Anthony this week. And joining me today is macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning, Maggie.
And Blake Morrow, co-founder of Forex Analytics. Good morning, Blake.
Good morning, Maggie. Nice to be with you guys.
All right, yeah, for what is really the kind of first full trading day of the new year with everybody fully plugged back in. And it looks like it's going to be action-packed as we get right out of the gate. The U.S. military operation, which resulted in the arrest and capture of Nicolas Maduro over the weekend, still dominating the headlines, although not really moving oil markets that much. We still have crude around $57 a barrel for NYMEX, 61 on Brent as we gear up for the U.S. trading session. We did see strengthening in gold initially. All the metals rallied. In fact, dollar moved higher, Bitcoin higher, stock futures higher. It's like the everything rally, I guess. And only thing lower, bond yields. Of course, bond price is getting a bid. So sort of interesting, but I think a lot of people are going to really pay attention to what happens once the U.S. market fully plugs in. Craig, what's on your radar as we kick off?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think the way the markets are reacting to the Venezuela headlines are probably as expected, right? I mean, you had futures a bit higher in equities, as you mentioned, but gold and silver doing incredibly well. I would have thought oil would have been a little bit weaker, actually, and we started that way overnight, just given the thought that more production would come back online. But now, as we stand right now, I mean, crude's up about 1%. And so I think people maybe are starting to think, this is going to be playing out over weeks and months rather than imminent. I think what's really interesting this morning is that the energy sector and energy equities are getting an incredible bid. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I mean, you have Chevron, Exxon, Schlumberger, Valero, big beneficiaries from the eventual decline in risk that is associated with Venezuela if the U.S. really does take over. And so I think the big question then will be the rotation, right? We saw towards the end of December some of the weakness in small caps and some of the weakness in tech. And then, to start the year on Friday, big move in Russell breaking out again. NASDAQ was weak, and then wake up this morning, NASDAQ strong and Russell's weak. So a lot of back and forth. But to your point, first day of the year, varsity team is back at the seats. I think it'll be big asset allocation decisions that need to be made. And we have a huge macro week ahead of us, right? We have ISM data today, ADP on Wednesday, and then non-farm payrolls on Friday. So a big gut check to see how the U.S. economy is doing, how the labor market's doing. And I think, it's going to be an active week for sure.
Yeah, Blake, what are you watching?
Good morning, Maggie, once again. And I've been watching FX all night. I've been actually surprised how weak the euro is, or we could actually frame it a different way, how strong the dollar is. The dollar has kind of caught this I guess maybe a flight to safety type of bid. And I mean, if you look at the dollar index, the dollar index has just been firmed up, and we're pushing up against some resistance now. It's the strongest levels that we've seen, since mid-December. And so that's been a little bit surprising. And also, Craig was mentioning about crude oil. Obviously, everybody's eyes are on crude right now, and I'm with Craig. At first, crude opened and it was a little weaker. Firmed up. I think expectations that it is going to take some time. It's going to take time for U.S. companies to get into Venezuela, whether it's Chevron or whatever companies are making their moves into Venezuela to get production back up online. It's going to take some time. And but you can see it as Craig just mentioned in the XLE. The XLE, the energy sector, is bid up quite aggressively this morning. As you can see, we're going to be pushing up against some resistance pre-market. So I think that's pretty fascinating. The other thing, going back to the FX world, I would say is the 6J, which is the yen. The yen is much stronger today than it. I'm not really too sure why. And it's funny, we've had this conversation on this show over the course of the last couple of weeks, both with Craig and Tracy. And Tracy always probes me about what's happening with the yen, and the yen is one of those situations where you have arguments for both sides, and so you would expect it to be weak, but then again, you understand why some strength is coming in. But today, it's actually strengthening against a lot of different currencies. So I find that a little fascinating, especially with stocks as strong as they are. And then last thing would be crypto. I mean, if there's anywhere for us to look at just to see, how risk appetite's doing, Bitcoin's bid up, Ethereum's, steady. I think that's giving us as traders the kind of, all right, well, let's, maybe there's nothing to really worry about here. Maybe we just need to move along and focus on the first trading session of the year as you guys were talking about.
Yeah. I think, Craig, before we came on air, we were talking about this, a lot of cross currents. That's going to make it tricky. It's not one story you're following. There's a lot of cross currents that people are going to have to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, with respect to the U.S. economy, we're dealing with obviously the AI story, the AI capex build out, and the benefits to the economy that have come from that. But now that's also going to be increasingly debt financed, right? And so we're seeing a call on capital to help fund out the tremendous build out associated with that. And what are the returns that are going to come from those AI capex investments? And so we've been talking on the show and for months about how there's been a change in the narrative there. Oracle obviously peaked out earlier in September and has really struggled, and credit default swap spreads on Oracle have started to blown out. So we'll see how the market starts to trade that. And then you have the labor market in the U.S., which is another big issue here, right? We're seeing steady deterioration, although not falling off a cliff, right? Claims have been steady, but hiring intentions have been weak, and openings have fallen, and quit rate has fallen, which suggests a little bit more of a weak economy. And so we'll get a lot of data this week from ADP and claims and the ISM employment components of the surveys, and then NFP on Friday, which will give people a really understanding, is the labor market really slowing more rapidly than expected, which would necessitate more Fed easing, or are we okay? And the Fed is kind of on time here with the desire to maybe slow down the pace of rate cutting. So we have those dynamics in play. And then you add in the geopolitical here with what the U.S. has done in Venezuela, kind of just creating another bid to the commodity space, right? We saw decent flows into the end of the year with the squeeze in the silver market, and precious was strong really all year. As investors are thinking about allocating capital for 2026, more eyes on the commodity market, more thought of where the laggards. Is crude finally going to catch its bid, in 26? And so I think if we get more flows into commodities, do they come from bonds? Do they come from stocks? So a ton to really digest here. And like you said, I mean, it's the first Monday of the year. A lot of investment committee meetings going on across all the big houses. I can imagine 8 a.m. meetings this morning, everybody kind of thinking about what are the trades for for this year coming up, and how we allocate those trades over the course of the next days and weeks. So a ton of back and forth to digest, and it's certainly a lot going on.
Yeah, especially if you underperformed, which frankly some of them did, and so that's a really tough position to be in. On oil, I think this is Blake, I think you just said this, really important. So I saw two really interesting stats related to that, and I think this is what everyone who's sort of trading that is trying to figure out. Venezuela, we think they have the reserves. No one never actually audits that, right? But the investment in infrastructure has been awful for years. I mean, like the rest of the country, it's a really failed state. And that includes their ability to ramp up production. So I'm sure that Chevron and the likes are licking their chops to get in there. But I saw someone say it's less than 1% of global supply right now. So the idea that you're going to ramp that up really quickly is probably impractical. But Javier Blas, the Bloomberg excellent energy columnist, wrote nearly 40% of the world's oil production is now under the umbrella of the Don Roe Doctrine. You're going to hear an awful lot of that, I think, in the coming weeks. So longer term, I think that's super interesting. But clearly not impacting oil right now. Hey, everybody in the chat. Everyone is pumped up for a profitable 2026. And we hope that happens for everyone. If you are not in the chat, that means you're not subscribing. So please do so you can join this awesome community. And someone, Blake, in response to the yen said, take a look at the bonds, Japanese bonds. That is probably why the yen is strengthening. And there's a lot of chat on that on X as well. So great call out. I think I lost who said that. William, easy to know why yen is stronger. Look at their bond yields. So the BOJ has a lot on their plate to juggle that. Blake, talk to me a little bit about crypto here, because I mentioned briefly everything was sort of trending up. It's going to be a real test today. What are you watching there?
Well, Bitcoin, I'll tell you one of the things, Maggie, about, and by the way, just before I get into Bitcoin, about the 6J and what's happening in yields. Yeah, I mean, we're finally seeing, JGBs maybe finding some stability after they've been crushed and yields have been flying. So yeah, maybe that stall has allowed for the yen to strengthen back a little bit. So I think that was a great call out from one of our viewers. But if you look at Bitcoin though, one of the things about Bitcoin is it has been really underperforming risk assets for so long. And if you actually take a look at, like, technically, this is actually in what we call a bear flag pattern. So a bear flag pattern it tends to be a continuation pattern. So, when you see a move, and the recovery, like you see right here, is relatively shallow, that means it hasn't really recovered, considering the fact that stocks are at near all-time highs. Bitcoin's nowhere near all-time highs. So if Bitcoin can continue to build this base, if you will, of the flag, and we can maybe make our way back up towards 98,000 or 100,000, that would suggest to me that stocks might, the S&P might actually trade that 7,000 handle, which everybody's wondering, are we going to make it there? But the flip side is, if we really start breaking down, this has been the big risk, I think, most of the end of 2025. Because it's been underperforming, people were just worried that if Bitcoin actually broke down, that would suggest that whatever highs that we'd made in the S&P or the NASDAQ 100, those might be sticky for a while. So crypto to me is like kind of that leading indicator for just, beta risk, whether it's, to the upside or to the downside.
Yeah. Tom in the chat saying, I don't know if the low is in on Bitcoin. There still seems to be some skepticism about that. Craig, are you feeling sort of optimistic overall as you see the action here, or are you a little skeptical about what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little, broadly speaking, a little skeptical. I think, let's start with Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin's lost a little bit of the narrative, the store value narrative, which really, I think, has benefited gold and precious throughout the last part of it. You would have thought that Bitcoin would have really prospered from that. And so the fact that it didn't, I think, is a concern. Clearly we have, new companies, these digital asset companies that are levering up to buy Bitcoin. And so I think the story there is, needs some help, and it really needs the money printing, right? It really needs the deficit expansion in the U.S., which frankly we haven't really seen. The Trump administration actually has done a reasonable job in fiscal 26 or last year, kind of helping to slow down the pace of deficit growth expansion. The tariffs have really helped there, so we'll probably get a ruling from the Supreme Court in the next couple weeks or months. Certainly in the next couple months, could be sooner. And that, I think, will have a big implication for whether the deficits are going to expand or not. But, Bitcoin really needs that liquidity pump in order to get moving. And the fact that it's not, I think, suggests that maybe we aren't getting as much liquidity into this market and into this economy that is needed. And so then broadly on the economy, I've become more concerned that the labor market is showing signs of weakening. And the lower part of the K-shaped economy continues to get crushed, right? And so, yes, the AI story has been has been great and has been, the ballast for the markets and for the economy. But as you start to question some of the return assumptions and the capex intentions and some of the bottlenecks that are in there on energy and on power and on labor, on electricians or whatever, what is the rotation going to be into if we start to slow that down? And with the low end of the economy struggling, and housing struggling, and low-end consumer stocks struggling, where are we going to rotate into? Yes, we could rotate into energy, but that's really not a big enough component of the indices to really plow us higher through 7,000 and beyond. And typically, when energy takes the lead, that's indicative of an ending move, right? Because we have energy is a tax on the overall economy, and so moving more capital into these energy stocks, I don't think is ultimately going to be bullish for the indices, and so that's what I'm concerned about. And lastly, just on yields, these JGB yields have moved incredibly over the course of the last few months, moving higher. Boon yields are moving higher. 30-year yields in the U.S. are sticky to the upside. And really what we have is we have a call on capital globally, right? We have deficit spending in Japan, in Europe, military spending is going to be growing. And now you have this AI capex story in the U.S. that's increasingly debt financed. So more and more capital needs to be financed by the markets. And so with equity valuations at pretty lofty levels, some of the capital is likely to come out of the equity market in order to fund those investments. And so that has me broadly more concerned about the outlook to start 26 than not.
Yeah. I think
Maggie,
I think it's great to lay that
sorry.
out. Go ahead, Blake, because everyone's trying to figure out how to position, and it sort of looking over that overnight headlines, it looked super positive. But Blake, how are you feeling about what Craig just said?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
No.
I just, I was thinking what Craig was talking about is something that, well, going back to like crypto and going back to that topic just really fast. One of the things that Craig and I were talking about, Craig, I believe this was just before the Christmas holiday. We were talking about LIFO and how institutional funds, you take a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin or Ethereum, and as Craig just said, they really leveraged up, and it was really, I believe, about the early part of last year. And when you're looking at your portfolio and you're seeing things that are underperformed, sometimes you'll look at assets like Bitcoin and say, well, that was, last in, that's going to be first out, or we call it LIFO. So I think that's a dynamic that's actually weighing on crypto as well. And like I said, Craig and I, we had this discussion a few weeks ago on the show regarding that. But going back to yields, and this is, I think, one of those issues that we really need to be thinking about maybe as early as this week is who's going to be the next Fed governor that's announced by the Trump administration. And if it's Kevin Hassett, watching what happens to yields or fixed income and what's happening to the dollar and how equities interpret everything is going to be really interesting. Don't forget that last year, as we were cutting rates, yields were going higher as we were cutting rates. And so I think, that concern that, sell anything that is U.S. related is still something that sits in the back of my mind. I don't know if it does for you, Craig, but it does for me.
Yeah, look, I think this Fed chair decision is kind of the biggest unknown as we move into 2026. I mean, it seemed like Trump was keen on Hassett up until he started to get calls from, or Besson was getting calls from Wall Street saying, hey, this guy, we're concerned here about what this means for Fed independence, and we're concerned about the bond market implications and the Treasury market implications. And so it sounds like maybe Trump, kind of got in there and met with Waller or met with Warsh, and maybe they're trying to figure it out. But typically, when Trump has an idea of what he wants, he typically gets what he wants. And so, and it seems like he wants someone at the Fed that is going to do his bidding. Whether or not that's good or bad for society or the bond market, I don't really think he cares all that much. And so if Hassett is the guy that's going to listen to Trump and cut rates, which is what Trump wants, I think that's more likely to be what Trump gets. And so I think the bond market is starting to sniff that out still, right? You still have steepener trades going on where front end yields are moving lower and the back end is staying kind of sticky higher. And so, whether or not we have a bull or bear steepener will depend on how the macro comes in over the course of the next few weeks. But I suspect we're going to see that Hassett announcement here over the course of the next couple of weeks. And then the question is, what's Powell going to do, right? He won't have the power anymore, but will he resign from the board entirely if Hassett is the choice, or will he decide to stay on and serve out the additional 2 years of his term? I think that'd be kind of crazy if he actually decided to do that. But I think his decision to not announce so far what his intentions, I think, are indicative that he is concerned about what Trump might do, and he wants to maybe provide a little bit of a ballast against the administration going rogue with some crazy decision. So, that is a big factor that'll be weighing on the tape in the course of the next few weeks for sure.
Yeah, I can only imagine the public whipping he'll get if he decides to stay on. He's been pretty Teflon about it, but that would be a new level of resilience. Want to circle back to two things. One that we have touched on, because we're talking about gold and metals, but there's been so much news, it's easy to forget that silver was wild at the end of last week. Went on that ride. A lot of people talking about when you have a parabolic move like that, do you come crashing down? There's some historical precedent for silver like really falling out of bed after moves like that. Blake, have you been watching that at all? Is there any sort of price action levels that are going to be critical to figure out whether this is a sort of just a short-term kind of momentum drop, or whether there is something more serious that people need to be aware of? Because I feel like a lot of people are on that silver bandwagon.
Yeah, that's first of all great points, and I'm going to actually zoom us all the way out to like the monthly charts just so everybody can see like how massive this move has been. What I was worried about when we initially broke that 50,000 level is we traded up towards 50. I believe it was 55, 56 bucks, and then we came off again and traded back below 50. And I'm like, oh, you know what? That's it. Silver's done. Yeah, like if you were long, it just did. We call it a false breakout technically. But lo and behold, bids came back in, and the price action that you see now up at these levels is very similar to what we got, back when we traded back below 50. And I thought it was a false breakout. I didn't short it, but I was like, yeah, I don't know about being long. And then obviously silver has proved anybody who was bearish, it proved us wrong. And now, when you look at moves like this, it's hard to be bearish. I've had a lot of discussions with the my analysts that are at Forex Analytics, and our biggest fear is I don't know if silver is going to trade back below 50. For those of us that don't own enough, because you never own enough when it's moving higher. And but at the same time, it's like, do I really want to buy it up here at $75? I think it's eventually going to 100, but will we see 55 again? And I think the level that we have to watch, anybody that's focused on silver, is $70. You can see it, all those lows right there. It's in teal. We break below that. That might open like we like to call it a trap door. Technically, it's like a elevator shaft down, if you will. That might open up below 70, but I'm skeptical if we're going to get below there, Maggie.
Yeah. Wow. That's and considering, as you said, I think a lot of people are on the sideline who would like an opportunity to get back in. So that bears watching. The other thing I wanted to circle back on, and I don't know if we have a lot of conversation about Cuba in the chat, which is really interesting. I mean, geopolitics is hard to unwind. It's going to be a lot of fallout and conversation about what Venezuela really means, but for the Western Hemisphere. But I wanted to circle back, Craig, because you talked about that AI trade. There was so much negative sentiment as we headed into the sort of holiday break, and concern about the AI trade. We saw names sort of not really being able to break out or hold those moves. And you felt like there was a lot of hope that we'd get this rotation as we entered the new year. And now I'm seeing all these headlines again this morning about the AI trade. You mentioned Jensen Huang be talking. It's presumably going to be critically important, but I don't know, Blake, maybe you could pull up some charts while Craig is talking. Like, how do you guys think the charts look on this? Because it's the kind of knee-jerk back in, trade the winners, I guess. But does it look healthy? Because there's so much skepticism. It's hard for me to believe that's all. Like, what's changed?
Yeah, look, I think the story, the narrative has shifted, right? Because before we had this AI capex boom that was generated, funded by internally generated free cash flow from the hyperscalers, and there was no call on capital globally. And so, these were going to be great investments and great growth potential. And, that really was the story for 2+ years. And then what we've seen over the course of the last, few months is that, no, the free cash flow generation it's not that it's slowing rapidly. It's just that it's gotten to the point where the capex numbers are so high that free cash flows are starting to come down. And so what we've had now is all these hyperscalers are hitting the bond market, right? Oracle did it, Meta did it, Amazon's done it, Google's done it. And so you have these high grade, investment grade companies who are commanding, tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars from fixed income markets in order to fund future growth. And so that is a call on capital that wasn't there before. And so this AI capex build out now is crowding out the rest of the economy that needs financing. And so if we start to question the returns associated with the AI capex build out, which is what debt investors are going to do, then you start to say, okay, I'm a little bit concerned I'm not getting the returns here. Where are we going to rotate into if we start to rotate some capital out of tech? And so my concern is, well, what other parts of the economy really are robust? I mean, we'll get a reading on manufacturing, ISM this morning, and the Trump administration has talked about a manufacturing resurgence, but frankly, we just haven't seen it. We just haven't seen the capex being spent. I think the uncertainty around tariffs and the court rulings, and despite all the administration's talk about these investments, they're just not coming in as rapidly as anybody thought. And so I don't know if we're going to be able to really rotate into that manufacturing boom. Clearly, housing has been struggling. Transportation, rail volumes have been weak. Chemical volumes have been terrible. So it's not clear to me, what we rotate into. Now, clearly, there's an energy bid that's probably developing. You're going to see some breakouts to 52-week highs in Exxon and Chevron. There's a lot of market cap there, but it's to me, it's just not really enough to break us higher. And so that's my concern. And so from the NASDAQ perspective, look, I think you can understand why, if folks still want equity exposure, they're still getting growth in some of these stories in the AI capex, right? So I think on Friday, semis had a huge day. I think they're up, SMH was up 3.5%. And so whether it's the Micron and SanDisk and some of the names where memory prices are going to the roof, right? We're seeing kind of, I think, later stage, maybe late stage transfer of economics to who has the supply to meet insatiable demand, and we're going to get massive price hikes in DRAM and other memory things. And so I think we're seeing that move through the chain here. So, but for the NASDAQ, I don't know, Blake, what do you think on the chart there? Just kind of, to me, it looks like it's toppy, but still the story there is probably better than the other stories in the rest of the economy.
Yeah, I'm with you as far as the NASDAQ goes. I mean, you look at it, I mean, this is just a bullish, well, first of all, it's a consolidation. I'm a little fearful that we're seeing, money rotate in maybe areas that the market's not so, so much expecting, especially, when you start talking about energy. And I think these are late cycle type of moves that we're seeing. One of the things that I know I'm, with you here, Maggie, I've watched a lot of interviews with you over the years. I've always been a big fan, by the way. And even though this is our first time meeting, so just so you know, and Craig, I have a lot of respect for you and what you've done over the years. I cut my teeth in the internet bubble. In the late 90s, in the mid to late 90s. I mean, I was one of those day traders when day trading was cool at the time, or wasn't cool. Maybe it wasn't cool, but we've seen the story before, and I guess that's the thing that I like to always illustrate that, or talk to especially our younger traders out there, that this is not a new phenomenon that we're seeing, and the dot-com bubble has a lot of similarities here, and that's why I'm as you are talking about, Craig, this NASDAQ, I'm a little concerned about what's happening right now.
You're not the only ones. I don't know. Anthony is not even here, and he's in the chat. He's the hardest working man in finance, and he's weighing in there. I was hoping you had like a coffee and your feet up somewhere, Anthony, but he says this is a big day for NQ, especially today. If we were to go red today, I think the sell-off is steep throughout the rest of the week. And there's a lot of agreement with that. But it's interesting, we're all talking about the skepticism. I'm always thinking, like, what am I not seeing? And I think if you've been around for a while, you have a natural skepticism, and Blake, right, experience matters. But then again, sometimes these things defy ration. So be careful, right? I think it's just when you watch your leverage and watch your risk and make sure you're hedging yourself, maybe, but hard to say how this is going to go, I think. But I think the question we're going to come back to all week, Craig, is where is the rotation? Like, what do you rotate in? And I know I'm going to talk to people throughout my journey this week that's going to say not the U.S. That's going to be the answer for some people. Mm-hmm. Not U.S. because bonds, maybe commodities, but how much more can flow into that? We're going to catch up with Larry Lepard in just a second. I know he's going to have some thoughts on this as well. But I think these are important questions to ask yourself, because even if you're day trading, you want to make sure that you're managing your risk properly. Sipping espresso, listening to all of you, sunglasses on. Anthony says, good for you, Anthony. We hope so. You got to rest for what is going to be a very, very volatile year. All right, we're almost going to close out and get to Larry, but Blake, you want to give us some final thoughts of how you're going to think about today, and then what's going to be key for you in terms of kind of assessing maybe where the sentiment's going?
Sure. Well, I tend to be a little bit more FX heavy, and one of the futures contracts I know at NinjaTrader, a lot of traders actually focus on is the Canadian currency. I think what's happening in Venezuela is not good for Canada. As more oil production comes online from Venezuela, and it makes its way to our side of the world, if you will. Obviously, it's still going to be exported out to China, where a lot of those ties are still going to be really strong. But I think it's going to start to weigh on where, we start to import more Venezuelan oil, I think it's going to impact the Canadian dollar. You're really seeing it in the currency today. Let me just zoom in here on the US dollar Canadian. You can see the US dollar Canadian moving. And if you're like, well, I don't want Canadian or dollar exposure, rightfully so. You could always look at like the Euro Canadian currency, which tends to be. Let me actually switch these feeds really quick. The Euro Canadian currency, which tends to be one that could show up here. You could see the Canadian currency start to weaken against the euro, and if that happens, that kind of signals a little bit of risk aversion too. So that's something that I'm focused on today.
Awesome stuff. Fantastic, Blake. So fun to start the trading week with you and get to do something with you live on air. Appreciate it.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Be sure to follow Blake at Pitzar and at Forex Analytics. Thanks, Blake. We'll see you again soon. Okay, as I mentioned, joining us now for his view on the market, and maybe we'll get some 26 thoughts and predictions from him, is Larry Lepard, fund manager and author of The Big Print. Hi, Larry. Thanks for being with us.
Hi, Maggie. Nice to join you this morning. Hey, Craig.
Morning, Larry. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
So, Larry, since we're sort of kicking off the first full trading day when everybody's plugged back in, I think Craig called it the varsity team is back. What's top of mind for you? We had a hell of a lot of headlines over the last week. What are you thinking about most closely here?
Yeah, well, I run a fund that's focused on sound money and basically the precious metals and Bitcoin. And so, what's interesting to me this morning is just to see the strong bid return into silver and gold. Silver up 3-4%, gold up over $100 earlier this morning. And to me, it indicates a continuation of the debasement trade, which more and more people are becoming aware of. One of your earlier panelists talked about how when silver broke out, they thought maybe it wasn't real. And I think what's going to happen is the silver breakout is going to be proven to be real. And I know there's some people who say, well, it looks parabolic, therefore I should short it. And my caution on that is that when something goes parabolic, you don't really know where the top is. I don't know if the top's 100, 120, 150, 200, or 500. And so just like people who shorted GameStop or VW or any other major short squeeze, silver's really entering a whole new territory in terms of its trading volatility. And it's really driven by the fact that we've had, 30 years of price suppression and underinvestment in it. And we broke through a major, we had an enormous cup and handle. It was 20 years long, the top being 50, where we were in the Hunt Brothers and also in 2011. And when we broke through that, a lot of energy got released. And I don't think that energy stops, at 50 up to 20 or up to 70. I mean, $20 just doesn't do it. I mean, I think we're going significantly higher in silver. And I think, not tomorrow, it's not going to take a long time. One of the technical analysts I really respect a lot, Michael Oliver, his work suggests he thinks we'll be at 200 by June. So, 200 from today's 74 or 5 that's quite a significant move. And it has an enormous implication for all the companies that mine silver. And, they're running into all kinds of interesting things too. We've got silver companies that are being approached by outsiders to buy their future production either at a fixed price, or in one case, a company called Silverstorm, Samsung went to Silverstorm and said, we'll put $10 million in your company if you agree to sell us all of your supply for the next 2 years. And that kind of behavior on the part of people who need silver suggests to me that this is really a physical shortage of the metal. And I tweeted it out last night. I did some work, and I believe the numbers are accurate, although with ChatGPT, you can't always be sure. And I tweeted out the amount of silver that's been, withdrawn from the exchanges or withdrawn, and people who had futures contracts and asked for delivery. And this past year, in the last 6 months of this past year, it was over 250 million 250 million ounces. We only mine 800 million ounces a year. So in the prior year, Grok informs that it was only like 40 million ounces. So there's something happening in the silver market that really could be, I mean, I don't want to get hyperbolic here, but silver could be the Lehman of this particular cycle. It's a big deal. So I'm watching it very carefully.
Larry, I'm curious, you mentioned some of this physical demand. It seems a bit like a rip the Band-Aid moment here in the physical community, as corporates are coming in. Do you think it was, to me, I look at these Chinese export restrictions, which kind of got announced in October, but, come into play in January. Do you feel like that was an accelerant?
That's a piece of it, Craig. But I think it's been building for a while. I think that the real thing that's going on here, and it's the debasement trade. My third quarter report talked about this a lot. The debasement trade really started to get daylighted in September, October of last year, when gold broke out from 20-some-hundred, 2,500, and went to 44 very, very quickly, and then silver woke up and followed. I mean, you have to remember the beginning of this year, silver was $30, so it's up 160% last year. But in these typically in these kinds of markets, when these things go up, they go up 10x off their base, which would imply that we're going to $300 silver. So I think it's just kind of everybody wakes up, and it's interesting. Silver is not a big component of anything except for solar panels. I mean, there's silver in your iPhone, but it's so small that even if the price of silver triples, it's not like it's going to affect your iPhone price. But if you're a solar panel manufacturer, it's going to affect you a lot. And there are studies that show that if China continued to build its solar panel business the way it has, in 5 years, China would consume 60 or 70% of the world's silver supply. Right now, they're consuming 20. So, and the thing that's interesting is people say, well, okay, that's fine. There'll be a supply response. People will mine more silver. But what they don't understand is that it's extremely hard to build a silver mine, and or any mine for that matter. And we've underinvested in it for 30 years. So yes, higher prices will lead to more, companies going out and building and increasing their capacity. But that's a multi-year, sometimes as long as a decade to bring new supply online. So it's not like supply is going up or will go up very quickly as a result of the higher prices. So it's kind of it's a fascinating situation. And it's kind of odd for me because I've been waiting for it for 30 years. And so now it's here and I'm kind of like pinching myself like this can't be real. So
I feel like I feel like, the folks who've been having this conversation about the monetary system, Larry, feel the same way. They're like, wait,
right?
it's here. What's happening?
Yeah.
Can you talk to me a little bit about that Lehman comment? Because that's really important. What do you mean that
Well,
silver might be this might be the Lehman moment?
well, and I don't know that this is true. Okay. I'm just supposing that, but what tends to happen in these systems, we've got big leveraged systems and things tend to break. And that's, we saw them break in .com. We saw them break in '08 with housing. We saw them break in COVID. And, let's say there are GSIBs, large banks that are on the wrong side of the silver trade, or hedge funds that are on the wrong side of the silver trade, and it starts ripping faces off. And then pretty soon people start, basically reporting large losses. And so, the response has to be on the part of the government to go in and bail them out. And, actually one of my concerns is that we run into a situation that looks kind of like a nickel situation. I don't know if you remember, most of your listeners probably don't remember, but in 2022, the price of nickel went up, 240% in like less than 7 days.
Hmm.
And the London Metal Exchange
Yeah.
canceled all the trades. They just went out and it's like what they did to the Hunt brothers. They just changed the rules. They said everybody who's bought silver in the last week or two, those contracts are all void, and it's now liquidation only. And of course, there were people who, I think it was about $12 billion in profits that were stolen from the people who were long the nickel contract. And they took them to court in London. Of course, they lost, and the court defended the LME, and the LME paid a 9 million pound fine, which is a joke. There was $12 billion stolen by the people who were short the nickel. And so, silver is a strategic metal. We know that. We've seen recently, I thought it was fascinating this weekend that they announced that, this U.S. the zinc refining facility is going to be put up in Tennessee with, the Department of Defense and I guess it's Korea Zinc, I think is the name.
Yep.
It's going to be, we're going to invest in it. And silver is strategically important, and the government knows that. And so, there's going to be, there's a scramble for this stuff right now. And, look, it could all calm down, and I could be wrong. Maybe it doesn't go to any of these high prices, but I certainly wouldn't want to be short it. Let's say that much.
Yeah. And that's globally systemically important
It
banks. Is
is,
that
yeah,
group that you
right,
referenced?
and so if one bank fails and then another fails, and then it all kind of comes through, and I mean it's, what happens if silver goes to $400 an ounce, and somebody's on the wrong side of that, and
Mm.
this isn't the nickel market. The nickel market was much smaller. And so, does the U.S. government say, hey, we're going to cap the price of silver and nationalize the SLV? Everybody who thinks they own silver through SLV, we're just going to grab that like Roosevelt did. We'll pay you cash at the last known price. But, we're taking all those supplies because it's strategically important for the well-being and health of this country. That's entirely possible, right? So it's kind of a wild situation.
Yeah.
All right, I'm curious on, part of the story has been the fiat debasement, store of value component of this for not only silver, but certainly for gold and, for palladium and platinum too. But I want to transition a little bit. I know you focus a ton on Bitcoin as well. Why do you think Bitcoin has lagged this story? Why is the narrative shifted? Is it just gotten too levered with the digital asset treasury companies? Is it just,
Yeah,
what are your thoughts there?
it's a great question, Craig. Yeah, I think it's as you pointed out, I think in your earlier comments very astutely, it's more liquidity sensitive, and we still, we haven't had quote unquote another big print. We've had two. We had one in '08, we had one in COVID. And my book says we're having another one, but we're not really having it yet. As Lynn says, we're kind of having a gradual print right now. I mean, they pivoted and they tried to claim it wasn't QE, but they're doing 40 billion a month. That's not big yet. I mean, big is like the balance sheet goes from 6 trillion to 20 trillion, right? And so part of it is there's not that much liquidity, and it's probably the most sensitive liquidity indicator, as Groman points out, and I agree with him. I think the other part of it is the treasury companies kind of muddied the water and really, killed sentiment. And to me, it's fascinating because I think Bitcoin and MicroStrategy right now are just screaming buys. I mean, I've been selling some gold and silver equities and even some metal in using and redeploying that capital in Bitcoin and MicroStrategy. And to me, it's so funny. Peter Spina, who's a big gold guy. He doesn't like Bitcoin, but he's a good friend. He and I were talking about it, and to me, the sentiment right now in Bitcoin and the Bitcoin treasury companies, it's kind of like the sentiment was in gold and silver and gold and silver miners in 2023 when I had one of my biggest customers demanded all their money back right at the bottom. And so to me, and there's a chart I tweeted recently this morning actually that shows Bitcoin measured in silver ounces, and we're right at the bottom of the chart. And so to me, it's just it's funny because all the Bitcoin guys say, well, gold and silver, they're these boomer rocks, they're worthless, they're dead. And I never really believed that. I always thought they had value and there were a few more puffs in the cigar because, frankly, they've been money for a long, long time. And most people still don't understand what Bitcoin is yet. And so when debasement became a theme, it doesn't surprise me that the metals caught the bid first. But I still maintain that Bitcoin is the faster horse, and that as soon as that liquidity really starts to flow, and I think it has to flow. I've also put up presentations that show, where we are in terms of base money growth and compared to, the debt outstanding, and we're back where we were at COVID, and we're back where we were at 2008. I mean, something has got to give, and as you know, Craig, they didn't do the Fed pivoting the way they did last year. They didn't do this because they wanted to. I mean, they did not want to do this, but the plumbing was backing up, and they had to do it. And of course, they spun it. I mean, Jerome Powell, he wants to remember it as Volcker, but they just and of course they rebranded it. This isn't QE, it's reserves management, right? And they just try to make it, oh, it's no big deal, nothing to see here, folks. Well, it is a big deal because they are printing money again, and it's easy to go from printing a little money again to printing a lot of money again. And the mathematics of the situation suggests that that's what has to happen and will happen, I believe soon, like this year. So I don't know, does that answer your question? I mean,
Yeah.
in terms as to Bitcoin, it's a wild animal. I mean, I've been around it since 2013. I mean, why did it go from 65 to 15 when Sam Bankman-Fried, blew things up and all the crypto stuff died? I mean, I always say to people who are looking to get into it, you've got to be willing to hold a 50% drawdown. And we're not even at that yet. Even if you bought at the absolute high of 124, you're not down 50% yet. And I could see it going to 70 or 60. I mean, I don't think it will, but it could. Certainly if we have a correlation of one, liquidity crunch. But by the way, if we have that, as we all know, the response is going to be massive printing. And, it'll come out of that like a rocket ship. So it's an interesting time. And I think for sound money people, I think that, I mean, I've had Bitcoin people calling me and saying, should I buy silver and gold? And I'm kind of like, yeah, you're a tad late. But I've got silver and gold people saying, hey, should I be switching some out and buying some Bitcoin? I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm doing. So I think we're going to be up about 160% for the year. So the gold and silver stocks have worked, right?
That's probably the understatement. And I love your categorization of Bitcoin as a wild animal. I feel like that's really apropos right now. Larry, so fun to catch up with you, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you more in the coming days. And it's a fun time for you, having talked about this for so long, I'm sure. So
well, it's interesting. I mean, it's never easy, I mean, when you're up this much, you're kind of like you're always looking over your shoulder. All right, what shoe's going to drop next, Maggie?
Well, I think you just
but,
gave us something to think about, which is when the system starts to break. Everyone's been waiting for it, but there's fallout that's really hard to
I think that's
gauge.
right.
So
And
I think that
I do believe that is coming. So
yeah.
anyway,
And
I enjoy your guys' show, and I really appreciate you having me on it. Thank you very much for the audience and the time.
thank you so much, Larry. Appreciate you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Craig, just curious your thoughts. It was a really interesting conversation.
No, Larry's great, and I think his approach to looking at all the store of value assets collectively gives him unique perspective. I mean, I think what we have is the precious metal squeeze into the end of the year was a little bit more physical driven, right? I mean, silver and coming into solar, kind of going into the AI capex story. I think people realizing that this is going to be with us for a while, and then that kind of led into platinum, palladium, and now copper breaking out to all-time highs as infrastructure needs to be built out. So I think the story is a little bit more physical driven and economy driven than fiat debasement driven, which is why I think you're seeing this disconnect between crypto and precious. And so, but as the economy slows and the Fed is forced to do more printing and more cutting of rates, I think we'll get the dollar weakness, and that'll be the next leg for the Bitcoin story. It probably will be the next leg for precious metals too, but that's when I think you'll get the catch-up trade. But I think you need to start seeing the strain in the economy first, right? I think we need to start going through some of the slowdown and some of the pain in order to bring out that liquidity pump and that deficit spending. And, so that I think Bitcoin's kind of waiting for that to happen.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, that's why we're going to be watching the ISM and the jobs number really closely this week. Great stuff. All right, Craig, thanks so much. We'll see you in the chat.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, we're going to get to tape talk with Farm, but just to recap where we have been, Venezuela dominating, oil sort of, sitting pretty steady. We had seen a bid in stock futures, the dollar, metals, Bitcoin, even bonds. It looks like maybe that's edging off the highs that we saw overnight and in the weekend, but we're, getting pretty close to the open of U.S. trade. So we're going to get in Farm and have a look at what you're tracking here, Farm.
Morning, Maggie, and morning, chat. How are we doing this morning?
Seems like everybody's pretty feeling or hoping. Optimistic? Are they optimistic, Farm, or are they hopeful? I'm not sure, but a little bit of both.
A little bit of both, I think. Tonight, overnight, obviously a very constructive session in equities. It looks kind of similar to Thursday night into Friday morning. A little bit better structure this time around than that float up. But even on NQ, it even has the same ETH gap, meaning the 5 p.m. Close of the prior session, to the 6 p.m. open the next session. So you can see we've got a little gap there on NQ. So that's, sometimes can be a subtle sign of strength of buyers, or at least weakness from sellers, down in this area. So looks constructive. I just keep in mind that, we haven't traded a single minute of cash. This is the first full week of the year. So definitely excited to see a little bit more full participation and see how this week goes. And so I had decided a couple of weeks ago to really reserve any sort of intermediate time frame bias until we get this week. And so for big picture on NQ, to start with, really any consolidation below about 25,669 could potentially just be bearish consolidation, building potential energy for a push lower. So this can look constructive and we can be long it. I just keep that in mind until we reclaim the meat of last week's profile. This could just be building up volume lower. Again, potential energy for a push to new lows. This last week's lows, huge spot. The 369 to 388 spot was basically the October 10th high, right before that large sell-off. And it's been a very, very technically important level since then. 282 to 292 was also key from that sequence when we had the 1010 sell into the November lows as well. So some big spots for buyers to maybe step in and buy this at a discount. So again, 669 to 674 broadly is the key reclaim to me. It looks right now like NQ. So as long as it continues holding, you could even give it 510. I've got 513, 532 as sort of a range for this week. But as long as it's holding that range broadly, it looks like it wants these single prints from Friday. So you can see this 30-minute sequence here. I'm using as my weekly level 628 to 638, but basically 604 half up to 638. There was, this aggressive move downward. And so it looks like it wants to test out those single prints. And so this can be as constructive as it wants to look into the open, even if it peaks up into there. If there's a strong sell side response there, that can potentially be problematic. And obviously you have, an overnight session, low volume relative to cash hours. This could fall apart pretty quickly. So looks constructive, and it would be a nice change for bulls, I would say, if we got, this kind of a gap up, inside gap up anyways, that was actually bought because it just seems like we've had a lot of gap up sold. We've had a lot of trend day up sold. We've had a lot of breakout sold. And again, first day of the week, first full week of the year. So let's see, maybe we get a change of pace here for bulls anyways, and something a little bit different. ES, bigger picture is different, very different from NQ. So ES made a new all-time high, right? And then promptly failed. So it's been weak. It's been weak for sure, but at the same time, it is coming off a new all-time high, right? So I think it's reasonable to favor bulls in a situation like that, where we're coming off a fresh all-time high, plenty of room for a daily high or low. It does potentially look bad, the fact that it failed after making a new high so quickly. And it also failed. When did it fail? It failed in a month where, the Fed ended QT, the Fed cut rates, and the Fed started asset purchases again. And, this is kind of the move. I kind of made a joke last night. It's just been very, very weak. But, the technicals suggest that we did make a new all-time high, and we do have room for a daily high or low. 69.52 was that prior all-time high, so that's going to remain a key spot. You can see it was clearly defended from below. I want to say this was like Wednesday night, maybe, into the Thursday session. And then the structural analogy for that 669 to 674 spot on NQ, I'm using 69.36 to 69.42 on ES. So if that can reclaim, and obviously that would take Friday's high, and I would have a lot of sellers trapped well underwater, that would look very constructive, offer a rotation back up to at least 62, if not 69, given which was roughly top of last week's effective range. That would look amazing, right? And we'd be back above the prior all-time high. Everything would look pretty good from that perspective. We also have semiconductors are well bid. They were well bid on Friday. They were up last time I looked pre-market. And interestingly, SMH looks structurally more similar to SPX than it does to QQQ. So it also traded in a 3-month balance, and right now is sitting above the high of that 3-month balance. So I would watch that today. You obviously don't want to see that be sort of like a gap and crap and then fade back into the prior 3-month range. I think that would put a lot of pressure on NQ and also probably ES as well. So definitely something worth watching. Constructive night. Let's see what the cash session has to say here.
Awesome stuff, Farm. Someone in the chat said that as long as things are moving, Music City Trader, as long as there's movement, we're good. Yeah. So I would assume that we're going to see, decent volumes and decent activity with all the participants back in today.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, right? Like if we're day traders, bias doesn't mean anything, just executing at good locations. And we do prefer range. So for me, that's where I like a little bit of volatility at least. So we can just sort of open up ranges a little bit. ES has been like really, really brutal, grindy to trade, very narrow ranges. NQ obviously has, a little bit better range. So we do like to see a little bit of volatility just to open up ranges a little bit. volatility was extremely muted on that move on Friday. And so it, maybe seemed a little bit less bearish than some of the price action would have suggested. But, maybe that's just complacency as well, right? So, to me, as long as the 69.08 half on ES to 69.11 holds, I'm generally going to be looking for longs, targeting that 36 to 42 spot. If this fails, if this rejects, and really even as low as 28, roughly, it depends on where this overnight high ends. But any kind of fails here, I'll be looking to short it back to 69.11, 69.08 half. This is reasonably clean from a rotational perspective. You can see on the profile, you've got nice unique distributions there within that range. And then below 69.08 half, could get a push down to basically 68.90, 68.94. And that's kind of what I'm looking at for ES. Very clean rotational. NQ is not quite as clean from a two-way trade perspective. I don't see, but again, broadly, I think if this kind of 513, you can maybe even give it down to like 490 is holding, that I think you're probably going to want to come up here and test these single prints again, 604 to 638 range. I'll be very, very cautious there. Potentially looking for sellers to step in and defend that aggressively. If so, I will join them. It would be kind of nice to leave like the overnight high sitting kind of, maybe where it's at, maybe a little bit higher. And then if you just kind of sweep out the overnight high, reach into these single prints and then fail, you can take it as a short on a look above and fail of the overnight high, something like that. I always like to prefer to, have some kind of a setup to work with as opposed to just sort of randomly executing at a level. But that's generally what I expect. Let's just call it this recent pullback roughly holds, then we're probably come out here at least 604 half into the 628 to 638 range probably. If we lose that spot, that recent pullback low, 510s, what have you, we could potentially get a rotation back to this kind of 448 to 460 spot, which was nicely bid. And then also represented sort of a reclaim of, that was the Thursday low, if I'm remembering my days correctly, and Thursday spike. So looks decent, looks constructive so far. And let's just see what cash participants have to say. I think I heard Deli mention that, if this gap is given back, it's going to look pretty bad. And I would agree with that. And again, like this all could just be bearish consolidation for an ultimate push lower. So I have to keep that in mind. While it's constructive, completely fine to be long this. And then I'm just looking to manage risk at some of these key areas and completely open to flipping short, especially if we see sellers step in aggressively in the 620, 630 range.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of people in the chat watching as well. Someone saying we're going to see bullish till 640 and then drop. So there seems to be a fair amount of caution out there. Looks good. Thanks, Farm. Good luck today.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Appreciate it as well. All right, folks, we're gearing up. We're getting ready to trade the open. So let's bring in XY and Lumi. We had a lot of cross currents, a lot of chat about what this first full trading day is going to be like. Hi to both of you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, hello.
So why don't one of you start? Let me know what's top of mind for you today as we get ready to kick off. Lumi, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Not sure you can see my screen, but I kind of confused with bias on the ES and NQ today. I still don't mind to see higher. So my key level on NQ still remains 100 points higher. So I don't mind to see some push higher for manipulation. And probably I will look for short down back to New York midnight open. On ES, all my key levels taken, so really hard to talk about shorts or longs for now. But yeah, if NQ is going to pump to 641, 680 area, I may look for a quick short down to, maybe not quick short, but down to 500. On gold, gold hit my key level, which was New York midnight open. I'm just trying to see in comparison with silver. Silver looks extremely bullish to me, so I would look probably for long on gold back to this range here, 42, 40 area, 42, yeah, 42, 40 area, somewhere here. So yeah, I'm fine to trade gold, yes. Today, I'm not going to trade silver. For oil, I was checking, oh my God. I was checking this morning, so I don't mind to see some continuation higher. So yeah, it's still inside the range, so nothing significant happened considering news and situation that is going on in the world. So nothing happened, but yeah, I don't mind to see still a higher on CL on oil. That's my plan.
XY, what about you?
For NQ, for the indexes at least, pretty conflicted too. This could be a spot where they can find an offer for me. It's the prior volume node, so that's a possibility. But at the same time, this hourly candle that just closed, there's a lot of strength in it. There's a lot of good order flow in it as well. Even when you drop down to a lower time frame, you do see a higher hold, and the price is now just like running off with it. Again, really good candle into an area that might offer. I'm just gonna wait for the open on this. I do have a position in gold that is running right now. Same idea, but cleaner. I think they're going to make their way if they move out of this consolidation, which they have. I do think they make their way up to the prior volume build before, like a little flush. It didn't build too much volume on the way down. They finally found a bid, which is where you see volume build, volume build, volume build, taper underneath excess. That's a lack of interest, and then building into a really good hourly candle here, which is what I'm playing off of. So drilling down to that, I marked out this volume structure here. Let me just draw it. So on the move down, they did find buyers, which is how you can build the volume. It needs two-way trade. And they went back the other way, back into majority of the interest, and then they're starting to break through. So I'm getting in longs with the candle, with this information, and scaling into it. I didn't get filled on the last two. I wanted to give this thing room to really poke around. So we've got 3 on. With the 3, I'm going to wait for a better move. So going back to the high time frame chart, my profit spots are, around the swing right before it gets into the low volume area, leading back into this node here. So what I can also do is mark this whole spot out like a zone, looking to get back into that range, and then the market will make its next choice is what I'm thinking. But right now gold is doing okay. Indexes, we'll see after the open and a few minutes after, but gold is looking okay right now, and I'm gonna sit in this.
Well, it looks like it's going to be an action-packed day for sure, and a lot of fun for the first full trading day of 2026. So I'll let you both get to it and trade the open. Good luck to everybody and have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
probably take off these limit orders now because coming back would be a whole different situation. But I'm gonna sit in this gold position. I'll probably take one off at the next swing at this point, and hopefully we can get to our final target, which is 44.65-ish. I've got 3 on, so I can't really cut anything short. It would be pretty foolish if the idea's got pretty good room to go. Yeah, but that's me. That's me for now, chat.
Yeah, I think my screen is frozen, but I entered long on gold as well.
Oh, you're long gold too?
Yes. I guess my
Nice.
trading queue is frozen, right? Or not? Is it moving?
Hard to say. Gold is moving like a snail.
I mean, my trading queue is stop working. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to just share. Okay, that's strange, but it's fine.
Fractal, that's exactly how they got me up. It's crazy that you know that. Good morning, chat.
How's your weekend?
If you're asking me, it was cool. Just chilled. Usually like for New Year's stuff, New Year's Eve and all that, I'm just at home chilling. But chat, how was your weekend? I saw you posted some nice family time photos on Twitter. That was nice.
Yeah. So I put my TP at 45, first TP, and 52, my last TP. My trading queue is just frozen for some magical reason. Okay. That's strange.
Yeah, your stream is fine, so I don't think it's an
Oh, yeah.
internet thing.
Okay.
The chart might be frozen. I don't know. Gold's really moving slow, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's stuck at ES chart, but
Actually, it
I'm
looks
showing
like you're. Yeah, I can see an ES chart.
Yeah, that's strange. Okay, I don't know what to do, but I'm going to fix this somehow.
I'm gonna take one off
Okay.
of gold here. Good morning, Salma. Yeah, everyone's trading silver now. It's the new cool thing, but I gotta
Well,
keep it OG.
I was trying to trade silver. It was Friday. I don't remember which day it was. I was trying to trade silver, so it didn't let me to execute with micro silver. So I entered this one one mini contract. So I was like, stop plus $3,000. I like it.
Yeah, it still sounds pretty scary. But it's the cool thing right now. Everyone's trading silver and talking about silver and how much money they're making with silver. I'll keep it OG with gold for now. Something I'm familiar with. I still haven't like even pulled up a silver chart like to trade, so gold is good enough for me. Don't really want to deal with a crazy spread either. It looks like NQ is good to go for more upsides.
Yeah, on NQ, I'm looking for 641. It's 50% of daily week. And if it's going to respect this level, I will look for short, but I will short yes at this point. So once again, my TP on gold first TP is going to be at 45, 44, 45. Second TP is 52.
44, 45. Well, I hope you get it because I'm right up there too.
Yeah, it's like 10 points away. Let's see. I'm thinking to move my stop loss, I guess, now because it's like I'm up
Me
10
too.
points.
Me
Okay,
too.
I'm okay to the enter later if it's going to stop me out.
Yeah, we've got some pretty good profits today on this trade. I'm gonna trail my stop up here and lock in what's running. And just move up with gold. Hopefully it doesn't tag me out and just kind of moves through nice and clean. No guarantees.
Come on, gold. Get our first TP. Please. But yeah, I would like to see NQ drop into 488, but after hitting 641.
Over leveraged trader says I'm gonna get tagged. I can't be too mad about getting tagged. I mean, it's like a $4,000 trade right now
Wow.
if I get tagged. So we'll move on to NQ if they tag me out in gold after the open, and we'll try to party some more.
I love gold.
I'm loyal. Everyone's moving on to silver. I'm still here in gold. They'll be back.
So on silver, I don't mind to see 50% of monthly week. It's 76.82. And honestly, I don't mind to see pump toward 80. 80, I guess, is monthly open, if not mistaken, or previous weekly open, but 80 was my key level last week, so I was looking for pump towards that area. So I will look for move on silver still higher. I would like to see 50% of monthly week. So basically this week, huge one. And yeah, let's see if it's going to offer reaction.
My
Okay.
social is looking better. Yeah, I did some stuff. It's hard, man. I'm not a good influencer. Am I trading 150K account? I'm not trading prop fractal. I actually haven't traded any prop for quite a while now, a few months. I've just been on.
I'm right now trading 150K account, by the way. I'm trading Lucid straight to funded accounts now.
Yeah, if I am gonna do prop again, I mean, even when I was 150Ks is usually where I'm going, so that's just my thing. I think like the 50Ks.
Actually, I can share my another screen. Why I'm showing trading if I can show NinjaTrader 1 second. Okay. My bad, guys.
30 plus points more GC. Hey, you preaching to the choir, baby.
Should I leave the runner?
He's preaching to the choir. Yeah, the trade is working really nice now. Now I don't even care what NQ does at the open.
Yeah, me too.
Gold's paying us.
Yeah, I'm in this for micros, but that's fine.
Green is green.
Exactly.
I mean, you're probably copying like over
Yes.
16 million accounts. So
no, I copied only 5 accounts. I traded my Lucid straight to funded. I can be funded only with 5, so I'm trading 5 now.
I like that we just opened up in the same trade. What's your fill price, your entry price?
44.26. What about you?
Oh yeah, same trade. High five.
Oh yeah.
It's a good start to the year. Did you trade Friday at all?
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember. Yeah, I traded, I guess. Yeah, I traded. I guess I traded every single day last week. I traded gold and I traded PM session. I didn't trade AM session.
I only had 2 funded and working on 2 more. Well, are you still over leveraged, Mr. Over leveraged trader? Chat says Lumi is the best.
Thank you, guys.
If you really think so, you would hit like in the chat right now. Or what do you even call it? On the stream. Look at the little widget. Subscribe, like. What is that? Notifications?
Don't forget to click bell icon. So gold took, I don't know if you use new trading flat candle. So basically, see this candle does not have wick. So I consider this as liquidity level most of the time. So I can, of course, take this partial here, but like I'm going to let it run. So I still believe we have room to go higher.
You're looking for...
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, Lumi's new here, so they're yelling at her for not having her crosshairs up. I remember when it was me. I remember when I had that problem. They had to tell me like 5 times every stream, like, hey, can you put your crosshairs up? Oh, my bad.
Control W. It doesn't work. Why doesn't it work here? Because I have another chart, Ninja chart open on my another screen, and I have crosshairs there, but I don't have this on this screen. Control W. It doesn't work. Sorry about this. Oh. Okay. So 44.40 is 5-minute flat candle, so it can be liquidity level. So definitely can be partial. That's what I was trying to show you. If you will see this 5-minute candle, this big down close candle where I started my blue line, it's flat candle. So normally I consider this as my liquidity. See? This candle that was formed at 6:20 a.m. 6:30 a.m. Yeah. So normally I take partials there, but I'm not going to do this right now because we definitely have room to go higher. That's what I wanted to say.
Sorry, chat. I'm going through it now. Someone asked, can you please again go through your current GC trade? Okay. The current trade GC. So, we were kind of consolidating. We've got overlapping value, 3 days, 4 days, and we're breaking out of it now. And I'm noticing that we've got a pretty good tail and what's in it. So what's in the tail? We do have an attempt lower that got stuffed. So there are offside sellers in here. There's a lot of also initiative buyers. So as they kept building lower and lower in volume, finally they couldn't extend anymore. That's just one piece. They can't extend anymore. They fall back into the old range and they move right through it. And so now the candle that's forming is looking pretty bullish. This candle hadn't closed yet, but I'm looking to engage with it. So I'm looking for a range to buy with, and I'm just scaling in, scaling in. I got filled on 3 out of, I wanted 5. It didn't go any lower to fill the rest, but I mean, you can't complain when the move is going, right? So that's the trade. That's the gold trade. Eventually it did close really strong and it's just starting to move. So I had 3 on. I took 1 off already. I'm sitting on 2 with a trailed stop here. Even if it tags me out here, I'm happy about it. I'm happy with the trade. Got paid well enough. The reason I'm trailing it here is because if you look at the volume structure here, it's super thin. If they start to trade into these prices, I think they're going to go back down to the 44.26s, which could then lead to any lower. So I don't want to sit through that. I'd rather just take the position off up here and then, probably move on to NQ after the open. So we'll see. We'll see. That's the gold trade for me. Nothing too fancy. What is the 3-bar pattern? I think we have it here. Yeah. So it's super simple. 3-bar pattern, like what I say is my favorite 3-bar pattern, is literally just this, right? A move in any direction and then a reversal doji candle, hammer candle, whatever, and then the continuation candle. So this is one example. This is another example. Although this isn't something I like too much right here, I would prefer it to be like a hammer down and then continuation outwards. Yeah, I mean it's we've seen it everywhere. Let me see NQ.
NQ 641, please take this level.
Yeah, I think they'll trade into the 30s and then the 40s. Yeah. That's where I'm gonna gauge next. But the star of the show right now is gold.
Yeah, I believe setup on gold was just easier to read comparing to yes and NQ, what we have so far on the yes and NQ. Nothing for me yet.
Good morning, Carlos Profits. Thanks for the emotes.
Silver keep going higher. That's why I don't want to take partial right now on gold, because silver extremely bullish. I hope gold is going to catch this now. Silver has room to go higher. Even if it's going to stop me out at break even. So I'm okay to re-enter later. Again.
Yeah, if gold comes back to around the 44.20s,
Mm-hmm.
it could hold it there for that
To be
continuation.
honest, 44.20s, it was my limit order for buy. But I cancel this and just use market order to enter at 44.26. So I'm okay with retracement there.
Mm-hmm. Keeping an eye on this gold here. I think if they do trade into the 33s, 34s, I will call this a done trade and move on, but I'm going to give it time.
I would like to see 45 first, to be honest, without this retracement for now.
I would have to agree. Yeah, I've got a limit at 440 or 44.47, but I'm willing on this next move up, I'm gonna look to try to get a cover on the second lot and go down to 1. So it could be anywhere from 43s to the 47 for me.
Okay.
It's a good hold. I'm gonna go and trail this up higher now.
Silver approaching my level. So my key level on silver is 76.825. So once we hit this level, I can take partial because I expect to get reaction on silver from this level. So let's set alert. Let's see. It's about to take this. Keeping my eyes on
NQ
it.
is still just ripping. Really strong candle. Last hourly candle.
Need more. On NQ, need more. Going to send my key level in the chat for silver. Silver key level is on futures, by the
Oh, they
way.
found some.
76.825. Yeah.
They found some big liquidity in gold right there. Yeah, it's quite a bit of size on the ask in gold. I know, Leo. Can't complain though. Gold treat me well. You still look at gold? Yeah, I know, chat. They got me up early. They got me up early. Someone says, thanks for everything, Lumi. What is at the 645 level that we are eyeing?
On NQ?
I think it's NQ, yeah.
On NQ, 641, not 645. 641 is 50% of daily week.
So I booked the gold trades, trailed me out there.
I'm
Yeah,
still holding. I'm okay to re-enter if it's going to stop me out. Just totally fine with this.
They ran into someone scary at the 41, 42s right there. There's a big old volume spike. Hope for your sake, they just hold it and continue. But that will be my gold trade for the day, guys. And it's on to NQ in about 7 minutes. If I hit a winner in NQ, I'll probably that will be my trading session for today. That would be two winners. Gold paid me pretty nice right now. I
Yeah,
don't
good
like to
job.
overstay my welcome. It never
Yeah,
ends
that's
well for
right.
me. What up, Salty? Huh. So I get trailed out on my stop on my gold trade, and then Salty pops up. I think she's the one that did it to me. Coincidence.
So yeah, NQ needs to tax 641. I'm not saying that we should immediately sell all from there. I will look for the action. Maybe quick scalp for sure, but I would like to get reaction.
Thanks.
So yes, also approaching, it's like 7 points away from Friday high. So maybe we'll take Friday high on ES. 6940 basically.
How often do I trade gold each week? A lot more often a few months ago, maybe when it was hot, when it was the cool new thing. But lately, NQ's been moving pretty nicely, so I haven't really placed any gold trades. Sometimes like I'll pop up on the charts and gold's in a position where I feel like there's an edge for us, and then I'll take that, right? But most of the time, NQ's good enough. Is a 3-bar pattern my only price action confirmation? No, I go candle by candle. It's in my playbook, so if anyone hasn't seen it, it's just go on my Twitter. It's literally in whatever link is on my profile, the link tree thing, and I go over how I utilize price action. I use it like in its entirety. I do. So, I'm an order flow trader, right? That's the whole thing, but I would rightfully consider myself a hybrid trader, order flow and price action. I use those two together very closely. What's my rotation amount for gold? Standard setting right now. I don't know, actually. Let's see. I haven't changed it since I started trading gold. So
I just realized market's still closed. I was like, why my SPX it doesn't move? But it's not even 9:30
yeah, it's
yet.
not time yet. Getting too caught up. 8 points. Hans. Thanks, production, for the link. Good morning, Kane. Or night. Kane, are you still trading gold at all? Am I the only one that trades gold now? Everyone moved off to silver. Grass is greener in silver.
No, I mean, I'm trading prop firm a lot, and lots of prop firm does not allow to trade micro silver for some magical reason.
Yeah,
So
maybe it's just that's
like, yeah, it's quite expensive for me to trade silver, so I would try to trade gold.
yeah, we don't like paying too much, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll say gold is like the budget silver.
Exactly.
Discount silver.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hope she doesn't get stopped break even.
I hope so.
I think I trailed out at 35. So I think my entry was at 22. So 13 points. Could have been about almost 20 points, but they ran into somebody really scary up here and just went the other way.
So one said, Lucy just added micro silver, by the way. That's great news for me because I guess last week I was trying to execute with micro silver and it didn't let me to do this. I got the message like your maximum contract limit hit or something like this, but it was my first trade. So yeah. maybe I was doing something, I know, but yeah. Ugly retracement down, but on 5-minute chart I can explain this retracement since we hit this flat candle, so obviously I could expect the action. Silver did not hit my key level. I still would like to see silver slightly higher, and that's why I let it run higher. If it's going to hit break-even, I'm going to be fine with this, so I will look for a re-entry. It's my first trade for this for today, like no complaints, so I'm okay to wait for another opportunity,
Looks like we really did miss the boat on. Yeah.
Okay, NQ hit 641 finally. Account
I
size
prefer
is
diamond.
150K, guys. Someone asked me about account size. 150K. Lucid Direct. That's what I trade. Look at this.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay. It's
It's
fine.
fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Totally fine. This NASDAQ is, yeah. Yeah,
Okay, yes, took Friday high as well.
we had our chance. We had our chance. Like the 560s. I was contemplating getting long 560s NQ, but I decided to just get long gold instead.
It was, I would say, lower risk on gold compared to NQ. NQ was kind of cheap in my opinion when I was checking this. So not worth it.
Yeah, my thing was, well, NQ is not open yet, but gold is. I mean, I can't complain. It paid, so.
Let's see if silver is going to bounce now. Silver needs to go higher. So bad. A bit higher than reversal or retracement.
Salty, do you trade in bed? You use a
That's
laptop,
good.
right? Use a laptop, technically you could trade in bed. It's hard to be an order flow trader on a laptop because you got to look at so many random things. It's like it just takes up all that screen real estate. ThinkPad.
I'm gonna check 1 minute chart.
Who's trading oil now in the chat? I bet a bunch of you guys are trading oil and silver. Oh, you just throw it all into your wall like a projector?
I would like to see oil to 60s. I'm asking too much probably. I have level at 60.20. It's my target if I'm going to engage in longs.
Q's a little crazy right now.
Yeah, comparing Q and ES now to different charts.
Yeah,
Completely
it really
different
is.
charts. But look at the action from 641. Such a coincidence. We dropped 50 points right from there. And keep dropping. Wow. Wow. Wow.
How soon after the opening bell am I willing to take a trade? It could be within like 3 minutes. I just haven't yet because there's a lot of things to figure out with where we are in the structure. So what I'm seeing, my lens right now is we moved up into prior node, which had a good bit of overlapping volume. They tried it one more time with a taper before the market just sold off, and they're coming back to it for the first time since the sell-off. That's definitely grounds for another offer, even if just a pullback to get long again, but it would offer. So we're seeing that play out, and I just want to see what they get for that. There's this weird divergence, as Lumi mentioned. So in NQ, if you look at the volume profile, they've left 2 nodes behind. They've lost ground on 2 nodes already, but ES is still trading its high node. So it is a little wonky. Just gonna give it a bit of time. I mean, I'm not in a hurry. Gold held the 20s again, 44.20s. It's looking for that move continuation, probably up to, the 44.50s, and I do think it can get to the 66s. But we'll miss the train on that pullback here. We're just gonna watch NQ. I think and Q is going to give opportunity. VWAP is right down there. 540s, 550, 540s can probably trade. Need to get in at a spot with good risk. I'm thinking that's around 612, 616s maybe, but market's probably not coming back to that spot. So a lot of things to consider.
Yeah.
Yes,
In order
trading
to
higher.
short, in order to short for me, ES or NQ, I would like to see confirmation on ES first. So ES still kind of bullish in my opinion.
Mhm. Yeah.
Like no,
ES is still
no
up there.
confirmation yet.
Mhm. Yeah, we have news in 25 minutes too.
Okay.
Yeah, Kane, I don't know. I got to figure it out, huh? I got to figure it out. I don't know. Maybe I could Photoshop some statements or something. Seems like that's what people do these days. Where do I want to get in? Oh, I want to get in around here, like in this low volume area, but the market does not care where I want to get in right now. It's going straight to VWAP, so I missed that short. If I
Oh,
paid close
gold.
enough attention, I probably could have caught something, but
I'm thinking if ES is going to close below, oops. If ES is going to close below 69.30, I can short down to New York midnight open like for 20 points. I'm going to see short down TradingView because I have levels there. 1 second.
this is VWAP.
It's easier for me. So if ES is going to close below this level on 3-minute chart, I might look for short down to New York midnight open, 20 point short. Just, I'm looking at ES chart. I see 0 reason to short yet. 0. So I'm going to wait. First confirmation is closure on 3-minute chart below 69.30. So I'm going to try to short.
Kane, what the hell is a GSLE? It sounds like a trim for a car model. Like a premium trim.
GSLE.
It's like the one that comes with leather seats and air conditioning. Yeah, it's like a Benz.
Okay, thank you for letting
Whatever.
us know.
Greatest squiggly line ever. Ah, yeah. It really is, though. I think I want to.
Look at silver. Silver reversed like really couple of ticks away from level where I want to see reversal. What a scam.
I'm hoping this thing can pull up higher to try to see if we can re-engage on a short. I'm not sure they can do it, so I'm keeping an eye on the DOM right now.
You're looking for short on NQ, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's my potential trade idea on ES.
We're short NQ. See if they can push this. If they fail this push, I will take these shorts off. But I think we're looking okay. Not in too big of a size because it's not exactly where I wanted to get in above 600s. Market's just not going there. So we're going to start with 3 right now and see where this takes us. But hey, can't complain. I'll cover one at the greatest squiggly line ever if they get there. And we'll see what the market does afterwards.
Yeah, I cannot short ES. Yes, that's too bullish for me.
Yeah, yes, still is pretty strong.
Yeah, I don't when I see setup, let's say on NQ, let's say it's going to be short, but I see ES clearly going higher. I always feel
It's
extremely
hard. I
tricky
hate
trying to,
divergences.
yeah.
I hate divergences too.
Someone asked, yeah, I'm still on long on gold. It didn't hit my break even, so I'm still holding. Nothing changed. Just easier to show you trading view because I have levels there. It's easier to explain the stuff. But I'm in this trade, guys. Nothing changed.
So I'm still watching this. There's a lot of selling under there that isn't getting what they want. So if they continue to fail downsides here, I'm actually going to take this trade off. But for now, I'm holding. We're building the volume lower. We're moving lower. The tape is still pretty angry. I want to get at least one cover of these three. I wish I had more, obviously, in hindsight, but wow, they literally tapped my limit take profit there. Needs more liquidity. Needs more liquidity. Hopefully they can run this down cover. Yep, there we go. Yeah, fuck. I wish I had more than 3 lots. Excuse the language. Yeah. Still holding on to this. Waiting to see a bid come into the market, and then I'll take the second one off, and we'll go down to 1. Right now, there's still really angry selling. All right, I'm going to take another one. We'll go down to 1. We'll leave this break even. I think that will be... This will probably be my only trade of the day in NQ because we made money on gold already. That would be two winners. Obviously I wish the size was different for NQ, but can't have it all. So it is 11 minutes after the open. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Yeah,
If you're
once
having a
CS
good
is
time.
going to close below 69.40, 69.30, guys. So I believe NQ will drop to 488, which was my original plan. So short, let me show you NQ. So short down from 641, as I mentioned before, and I would like to see the test of New York midnight open. So 100 points lower, yes, please.
That's all good, Salty. We got 2 out of 3 on that. I'm a scalper at the end of the day. I don't need a big move. I don't need anything crazy. I'm just in and out real quick, so I'm happy with it. I think NQ's profile looks like it can definitely do more damage lower. So I don't think VWAP is going to be the bottom just yet. But hey, I'm hands off, guys. If you got any questions now, I can just stare at the chat. So what's up?
Gold. I'm asking for 45. That's pretty much it. Just hit my TP.
Oh, did you get back in? I hope you did.
I mean, I was in trade. It didn't hit my break even.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
10 more points.
I
That's
don't
all I
think gold has
asked.
seen the high of day. So
Yeah.
gotta be that they just ran into like a sell order and just ran the other way, but they didn't get anywhere. So just a pullback and
Yeah, I
it's
hope
probably gonna
so. I
work
would like
out.
to see 44, 45. That's key level for me. That's why I have like 75% position off at that level. Next level and final level 52 for me. That's it. So I'm not asking too much. I hope so. But gold retraced from OT, so basically from 62 and 70.5 range.
Yeah, actually might try a short NQ since it's all the way up here now. Above 600s, they went up, they tapered. See if they can give me a better entry. If not, we'll let it go. Super bid tape though. Nah, I'm not shorting that. This tape is too big right now.
Gold, please.
Okay, so this is an interesting question. Do you ever use order flow bubbles? I've been watching Fabio Valentini vids and wonder if you rate them. I've seen his videos. I don't use them. I don't know if he uses a DOM, but I do. So to me, it would be kind of redundant to have that since I'm already looking at the DOM. Uh, but yeah, I just use the DOM. Uh, how how often do I trade NQ pre-market? Not often. I was open to earlier, so right here. As they poked lower and they held higher, they continued to build. I did have a chance to get long 560s. I was considering it. And this was about 45 minutes before market open. But I took a long in gold instead around here, the 44.22s. Because I was like, well, NQ's not open yet, but gold is. So I took the gold long, which is what got me paid first. But if gold wasn't in a spot where I would be open to longing that, forming a candle like this, I would have probably gone to the NASDAQ longs, which in hindsight would have paid
What a
more than
scam.
gold.
Look at my chart. Come on, gold. Stop it. I wasn't prepared for this.
They'll get it. They'll get it.
Look at this V-shaped reversal downside now.
I appreciate that, Salty.
That's
It's
funny.
all fun.
It was one tick away.
They'll get it. It's illegal if they don't at this point.
I'm gonna take here some because who knows what will happen. Hey, okay. Locked some profit on this trade. I'm going to let it run. So here's my profit for the day on my Lucid accounts, a direct fund account. So I locked on my 5 accounts $500. So and one micro left just to hit 52, which was original TP.
It's a good Monday, looks like.
Yeah. Plan the trade the plan. Never give up.
Yeah, super bid tape.
We just hit 45. That's perfect. Okay, just one micro left. Let's see.
Oh, there's a lot of questions in here. XYZ closed shop in 11 minutes. Well, technically, I've been trading since, I don't know, what time was this? Since, yeah, about 40 minutes, 50 minutes before market open. So about an hour already. Yeah, because of gold. How do you get the red blue bars on the right? Orderflowlabs.com. It's a leg-to-leg delta profile. Well, I'm glad you got paid on that rest of the gold idea. So one of us did.
So let's see if it's going to hit 52. Which final TP?
44.60s. I think it's 44.60s.
51.7 actually. Okay, not a big deal.
Any New Year's
So
resolutions?
my final target, guys, on gold is a buy side liquidity. Sorry, I'm so sorry. My final target on gold is 44.51.7. It's buy side liquidity 6 a.m. high. That's what I'm aiming for, guys, now. And that's just my runner left.
Any crypto traders in the NinjaTrader team? I don't think so. Maybe off stream, but not on stream. Do I have anything indicator / study that measures pace of tape? There you can do volume per second. If you attach volume per second to like a bar candle, right? You can use it, do that. I have some buddies who do that. But for me, it's just vibes at this point. You spend enough time with the DOM and like the time and sales, you develop some like intuitive aspects where you can just kind of you get the idea when it happens. But yeah, you can use volume per second. I think it's a really good gauge. If you need something quantifiable, like by a measurement, a number, I would say volume per second.
I think I'm going to close now. Like 23 points enough for me.
In gold, I think that's great.
Yeah,
There's that
I'm
swing.
out.
Golf claps, golf
Thank you, guys. I logged $750 on each account, which is nice as well for me.
Nice. Yeah, they can start to get trade up here. It'll be 44.67. Looks like NQ's got choices to make. Range is getting a little tight here. I do think I think we get lower prices. A lot of selling came in the 620s, looks like. 616s to the 625.
Okay.
I don't know, Salty. I don't know. I don't think so. Do I have the playbook in a single file? I don't think so. I could release it as one, I guess. I don't know. I haven't really. I'm trying to like make content now. And by trying, I mean, I've gone as far as just thinking about it. Influencer life ain't easy, guys.
Yes, close to break 69.30 area. So once we break below 69.30, I would like to see drop to 69.11, 12. So basically New York midnight open. So I hope to get 20 points if it's going to drop. I mean, close below 69.30. So may actually look for short.
Yeah, fractal. It is definitely possible that it happens down the line. Thanks, Ryan. Glad you like him.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
closure
Italian
options,
guy.
yeah.
I'm visualizing my influencer era.
Someone asked me what trade copier I use. I use Replicanta, guys. I'm going to show you.
Replicanta, you said?
Here's the copier I use. I never hid my account number. It's like fun account. I don't really care. So I'm going to show you guys. So I do use this Replicanta copier. So I like this because you can adjust your settings there. Let me extend a little bit. So you can use cross order at this point. You're going to, for example, if you trade in, let's say, micros, but on one account you want to trade mini contracts, let's say, you can use this cross order and it's going to switch on one mini contract. You can play with method you cannot see this probably 1 second. Let me see. Trying to adjust for you guys. Yeah, right now you should see. You can use method here. I have video about this on my YouTube channel if you're interested in this, but you can use ratio here. So you can play with contract size. So for example, it can be you want to trade 5 micro contracts on one account, but another account you want to trade different size. You can just play with settings here if you want. So I use copier, Replicanta copier. So I got this, I guess, 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, I got lifetime subscription. It was $150 or $250, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, definitely worth it, especially if you trade only on NinjaTrader. Nice one. You can play once again with settings here, but I always use exact quantity. I remember when I was trying to pass evals and I want to trade my fund account, I just use cross order. For example, to pass eval, I trade mini contracts. To trade funded, I trade micros. I mean, nothing wrong with trading micros. I always trade micros, and I feel good about this. Even like I trade 4 micros today, I got $750. So like no complaints, right?
I mean, I think any trader worth a damn would not discount micros. How do I know? Because I've lost plenty of money trading micros. It's not small size, especially if you're talking like micro NQ. It gets dicey real fast, for sure.
Most of the time,
Yeah,
when gold
James.
moves so good, you see textbook setup. This means on indices it's going to be BS price action. 101% guaranteed is going to be BS price action. So gold just hit my final TP, which was original TP at 52. Right now 54. Nice move. Once again, it's fine
Nice.
for me. Yeah.
Well, we had the same idea. You just executed it better.
Yeah.
You held it through.
Yeah. My husband always keeps saying, Dasha, you need to lock profit. If you like see it's close to your TP, just lock your profit. And I always say, no, 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 no. I'm going to
That's
hold the
me.
TP.
I'm like, I keep saying on this network, I am the worst trade holder because that's why I'm a scalper, right? I'll just take my money and like, hey, that's it. The idea is still on, but whatever. I am
Yeah.
I can't I'm like him. I can't hold it. I'm gonna start getting squeamish. So it's like, look, let's just, hey, it worked out. Lock it in. But it's good to have people that can hold better so that we can see the whole idea like really work out and what can happen.
Let me check silver. Yeah, silver hit my level. So that's why I was holding, because I was 100% confident with move higher on silver. Silver hit my 76.825. So right now it can offer the action, can reverse or retrace, I don't care. But that's why I was holding gold, because silver definitely had room to go higher.
Someone asked, when you guys use more than one prop account, does that mean you're trading them at the same time, or how does that work? Yeah, Lumi's copying, so she's trading 5 accounts at the
Yeah,
same
I trade
time
5. Mm-hmm.
using Replicanto.
Mm-hmm.
What do you look for in the DOM that could be a key moment taking a trade or considering a trade? Aggression. So a lot of initiative activity, which is on the bid or at the bid or ask. That means they're willing to cross the spread to get filled there. To me, that's initiative activity. As soon as that stops getting rewarded, I can look to position against that side and see where it goes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's trading.
Guys, I'm going to send you link right now in the chat how to set up NinjaTrader to trade prop firms. I have video about this on my YouTube channel. I showed exact layout I use and how to use Replicanta and how to copy on TraderWeight. So here's the link if you can see this.
You guys get a whole video.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, hit the likes, guys, because you're getting a whole video.
Yeah, it's 20 minutes video, but in this video you will be able to set up your NinjaTrader from the very beginning, how to connect accounts, your evaluation accounts, funded accounts, how to copy them, which method you can use to copy this, and so on. Here's the video. Also, how to copy your trade and TraderWeight. 2 options for you. You're welcome, guys.
You can repay her by hitting like and subscribe and the bell. Yeah, Jims, I think I posted the video last Friday. Make sure you hit the like. I'm trying to be better posting videos on YouTube, so yeah, we'll see how far that goes. Last week you spoke about indicators. Was it tape reader or volume profile? Obviously I use both. There's a volume profile right here, tape reader on the bottom. The tape reader is not $30 per month. The tape reader is free. So I don't know where you went to look for it, but it's free. Orderflowlabs.com. What's the vibes for the next hour? More or less this. The market really hasn't made any choices upside or downside. So until they do, they're just going to lock themselves in. Gold was the better trade. So for now, we've got news soon. So we'll see what they do. Please explain red and blue histogram between price and candles. Delta, it's trades at the bid or at the ask. trade management recently tried to math out scale outs. Do you know what your stats are on successful entries versus entries that get stopped out? Do you?
The news came out. Let's see what we'll see. We will see now with this.
Oh yeah, there's the news. Yeah, fractal. I'm
Mhm.
not exactly sure what the question is, but I do know I knew early on that I'm much better for it stopping out sooner than later. So that's why I trade the way I do, and I just take positions off. If I don't like it, doesn't matter what the price even is. If I don't like it, I gotta get out. It's like what Pax would say, like right or right out. It always works better for me because it eliminates like any hopium to get into the trade, and now it's like a whole different thing.
So gold approaching 50% of monthly week at 4458.1. This means we have room to go higher. Same level as I mentioned before on silver. So another 3 points higher maybe will be nice to see. You know, yesterday when I was trying to prepare for market for the market weekly outlook, I was like, if gold going to bounce to 4458, I will try to short. But so far, if looking at 20-minute chart, extremely bullish to me. So it makes me feel like maybe we are not going to get short anymore.
Yeah, I mean, just the price action on these candles is pretty bullish. It's a higher
Yeah.
hold too, so they finally broke out of this range. 1, 2, 3, 4 days overlapping volume, and they actually held this higher into a really bullish candle. Order flow was good too. They had trap nodes underneath, which is exactly what I would like to see, which is why I got long. And because of that, now they're just going to go into price discovery, fill in the range in this low volume spot, get up to this where it started pretty much. Test it and see what decision they make there, but there's still room left.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, if gold moves so well, don't trade indices. Protect your accounts, guys.
Did you ask your wife what she asked your coffee stop holding out? No, that's proprietary, guys. I have to charge for that. It reduces drawdown in your trades. Your body couldn't take it. I think they clipped that with like the first week of me streaming. I hate them. Yep.
Yeah, gold
Quick
just took
60s on deck.
58.80.
And Q is just chopping around. Yes, chopping around.
Wow, just to them on. But I don't feel like I had to leave Ranier to just and keep my trading my stop loss. I don't feel this now. I closed where I had to close. So yeah, it's keep going higher, which is perfectly fine. But I don't feel bad about this.
Sound clip snipers. Yeah. Gotta watch what you say. They'll get you. What's up, Alex? Good morning.
I don't know, guys, if you're using SPX chart, but on SPX, I'm watching 69.13, which is equal highs, and I'm watching 69.16, which is 50% of old RTH gap. So I don't know if you use charts for your trading, but yeah, I'm watching slightly higher, 10 points, maybe 15 points higher on SPX. It'll be nice to see. This means yes can pump as well, another 10, 15 points.
Yeah, they're trying it right now.
Wow,
A lot
gold.
of buying. A lot of buying.
Yeah, okay.
5K gold possible? Yep.
Yeah, totally possible. I mean, definitely possible. Maybe 6K possible in the future.
What a nice day for gold longs.
Mm-hmm.
They just lifted a lot of sell orders in gold again up here in 44.63s, it looks like. So they're still like really aggressively buying this market in gold. I'm going to test out petroleum and Arabica. Look, I'm telling you, see, this is why it's the greatest squiggly line ever. Right here. Look at this. I'm telling you guys, chat. No, Salma, it's not the 90 MA, it's VWAP. 90 MA is the second best. All right, so the 639, 642s. There's definitely some seller there. Let's see what comes of it.
My idea for shorting is still valid. We're breaking below 69.30, I'm shorting to 69.11. 69.11.75.
Waiting for a breakdown first.
Mm-hmm. Break and closure on 3-minute chart.
Well, the gold did pull back. It was where I trailed out. So we were up here. I think I trailed out like 44.35s and it pulled back to where it needed to, which was the 44.20s. And then held that twice. And that's it. So if I had break even stops, 44.22 down here, I would have been protected on this. But I
Yeah,
honestly,
you
I
did
would have
well.
hated to hold that pullback, right, with all that
Yeah,
money on the table
I
already.
feel you.
For me, it doesn't work. For Lumi, it does. She's got bigger balls. But for me, no, I'm gonna book that and call that a
It's
trade.
okay. You know, if it stopped me out and went to 44.20, I would re-enter again because I was bullish. I was confident it will pump. So I'm okay with break even. I'm okay to re-enter like at better price level.
You heard it, Leo. I said what I said. Meow.
Guess you're funny. Okay, it's 10. So news basically did nothing. So I still have no interest in indices at all. But for example, to trade continuation on gold, I don't see reason as well. So probably just going to wait for PM session or lunch. Silver is still at my key level at 50% of monthly week, while gold keep pumping above this level. So if silver is going to offer the action now, 5-minute order block, gold should retrace down. Eating dates helps you. Oh, I didn't know about this. Good tip. Do you know that eating dates helps you to trade well? That's great. Great to know. Thank you.
Here's a question. Do you feel any FOMO now that you see gold move this way?
I never feel FOMO. So because I trade one setup and that's pretty much it. If setup is here, I execute. But if no setup and price keep going higher and I want to see higher, I don't feel FOMO because no entry for me.
Yeah, for me, maybe a shocker to some, but no FOMO. The way I trade is there's the idea, I only caught let's just say maybe 40% of the whole idea, but I'm not a trader that tries to capitalize on the whole idea. I don't care to be right. I just want to make money. So if there's enough meat on the bone, I'll take the trade, obviously risk reward. And if I'm paid on it, I'm paid. So what can happen too is when I trailed out around this spot, this could have been a top, right? And then in other instances, I'm holding it, it comes all the way back. I book nothing for the trade, or I leave a lot that I could have booked on the table. And then I think that hurts me more mentally than watching it run without me having gotten paid on the idea. So that scenario would lead to, I would be more prone to like revenge trading or, tilt or et cetera, et cetera. And through my years of trading, I realized book the profits on the idea, because not doing so hurts me more mentally and psychologically. And yeah, today it kept running after the pullback. And on other days, it would just, the idea would be dead. So you never
Exactly.
know what the market's going to do. For me,
Exactly.
it's just risk reward. Is there enough meat on the bone in the trade idea to make the money according to my risk? If there is, I'm doing it. If the idea plays out without me because it trails somewhere, I scalped out somewhere, it is what it is. I don't care to be right. I just want to make the money. It's what keeps my head on straight.
Does sleep affect your trading performance? Not really, because I started trading when I was lack of sleep. Because I had newborn when I started trading. So I didn't sleep well. I sleep like for 5 hours, 6 hours a day because I wake up at 4:30 a.m. Sometimes I will go to bed at 11, 12. So I feel good anyway. So I wouldn't say for me personally, sleep affect my trading performance. But for many people, yes, it does. Why I wake up so early? Well, my schedule tight. So since I sit on my butt all day, so I need to have some activity, some exercise. So also I have 2 kids, so I need to prepare them for school. So I go to the gym at 4:30 a.m.
4:30?
Yeah, I don't have another time for this.
That's insane.
I live in Florida, guys. Florida, Central Florida.
So I think gold may reverse or likely continue. Well, this zone drawn here is because I think there's a potential to come back down from here. That was why it was ultimately my target. I think with all of this low volume structure where the market just moved down, as soon as it catches some sort of support, it's probably going to retrace and trade the range again. And that's exactly what it did. Super clean, by the way. And this would be the next key decision spot. So do I think it's going to sell off and all this spooky stuff? I don't know. It's up to the market. All I know is where I want to mark out for potential reactions. And this is that spot. So what they do from here, I have no idea. I would not be
So
surprised at an offer, but
I would say, let me switch on silver to show you guys. So I can expect to get going to open microseller just in case I'm going to accidentally press any button. So if it's going to close below this candlestick, 5-minute candlestick, below this low on 5-minute chart, yes, we can get some reaction down. Maybe we can get retracement on gold. But once silver is going to close below 76.22, there is a big chance for retracement down. I'm not saying like for reversal because we got just straight move up at the open. So probably just retracement. But yes, I expect to get this.
Good morning, Omni. Good morning to your mom and your grandpa and your dad. Is my volume profile set to daily or just New York? Just New York on my high time frame chart. These are daily profiles. On execution charts, 1-minute charts, they're all New York session profiles. This is not the tape. This is not the time and sales. This is delta by price. So it's tracking market orders, not passive orders, but market orders. So if anyone crosses the spread into the offer, it's blue. Into the bid, sell side is red. So I use it as just a leg to leg gauge, right? If price is moving up and it's moving up and I think it's going to continue, these are good spots to try to initiate new longs. It's where you see red. It's because that's where they're trying to sell. And my idea is if the market is going up and they can't get any downsides, as soon as you see selling, the general idea is to bet against them because, well, they're not getting what they want. Why would you assume so now, right? So in this leg, you can see that as it's moving up, they tried to sell this range 630s into the 620s, and now they're trading the 650s. So that's the idea. It kind of keeps track of things as price is moving on each leg for you to form any kind of idea, any thesis, any context you want. So that's the use case for this. Yep. Yep. Hope that helps.
Oh my God. Since market open, yes, it absolutely nothing, but NQ at least retraced. How big range on ES? 10 points.
I was told volume doesn't move markets. I was told the same. Might be from the same guy. No one talked to NQ right now. I know, Cooper. If anyone knows it, I know it. NQ's toxic. Nobody talked to her. Hey, that was when I just started trading gold, okay?
I stopped trading NQ 6 months ago, 5 months ago, completely. So divorce, guys. So it was hard relationship.
Yeah, we've since made up. It's okay now. It's cool now. Yeah, I gave NQ the it's not me, it's you. Gold just was treating me way better at the time. Yeah, they reached where they were destined to go in gold, and the rest is up to the market. Another thing is I really hate like when you draw zones or levels and it top ticks. For me as a trader, I hate it because there's like no way I can get in where I would want to. I would have to wait until, there's confirmation lower, which means the risk isn't as nice, but sometimes it'd be like that. NQ's chart looks annoying.
Well. SPX approaching 69.13. If it's going to reverse right now, it's going to be just from nowhere. SPX needs to pump at this point. ES also going to pump another 10, 15 points. So just saying, like, probably no reason for shorts yet on ES. Otherwise, it's going to be from nowhere. Someone asked me if I trade micros or mini on gold. Depends. So on my personal account, I trade mini contracts, but on my funded or evaluation accounts, I don't trade evals like a lot, but the funded accounts, micros. So today I trade 4 micros, but normally on gold, when we have big range, I'm just trying to risk $300 per trade. So, and my contract size is going to depend on a risk. So recently, last week, today I trade 4 micros, which is enough for me. So yeah, micros. I don't remember a day when I traded a mini contracts on my funded accounts, to be honest. I always traded micros. On ES, I can trade like 15 micros sometimes because ES sometimes offers like really small risk. So I can afford to trade more contracts. But on gold, most of the time, it's going to be less than 10 micros. Most of the time. I have base hit on my accounts. Normally it's $500. That's why I locked partial at $500. So it's base hit. I would like to get at least this, and everything above this is just extra. It's like bonus for me. So yeah. Silver still bullish. It's a bit risky to sell gold now. If you're looking for short, I wouldn't actually risk this. In my opinion, as long as silver remains bullish, probably it's just no reason to short gold. Bitcoin to 110K after today. Let me check. I had some levels on Bitcoin for a long time. I'm gonna check which level I want to see on Bitcoin. It was 102. Technically, my trade idea is still valid because I was looking for long back to beginning of December. So I would like to see we're going toward 100, 102, 103, somewhere there. Yeah, I kind of bullish. Short-term bullish on Bitcoin. Honestly, I surprised didn't hit 74K, but that's okay, I guess. We hit OB. Some people called order block as supply and demand. So basically we hit this level. And yeah, trying to respect this level. But yeah, maybe not today, but this week we may hit 102 easily. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, SPX and another 8 points higher. Once again, if it's going to reverse right now, it's going to be 100% from nowhere. At this point, it's going to be retracement, but not reversal. At least 69.13 on SPX, like at least, preferably 69.19.
Yeah, string B, I just trade NQ. If I do trade ES, it's because the idea I'm looking at is setting up on ES first. And then I will also probably trade that on the NQ ladder when it makes sense to. But if I'm in an NQ trade, I won't take an ES trade alongside it. So yeah, NQ is priority for me.
Yeah. Can you guys analyze Russell? I'm betting. I was trying to trade RTY and YM. It's really hard for me, but I can try to find some levels for you.
Yeah, good thing Lumi's here because I don't trade those, so I got nothing for you guys.
Let me see. Actually, I'm going to show you trading view. I stuck at NinjaTrader 1 second. Yeah, let's try to analyze together. Maybe we'll find something because it's also new to me. But I'm always fine to analyze different markets. Why? Because I believe candlesticks are the same everywhere. So analysis is going to be same everywhere, right? Let's see if you can see my screen now. Yeah, it's RTY chart. As you can see, I had some trade ideas before. I was analyzing because people was asking me. I guess it's, yeah. This is difference. Okay. I believe we're going towards this area now on RTY. So why I'm looking for this level, 2565.3. Because at this point, if it's going to at least test this level, if it's going to close, we are going to get bullish shift in structure. But I believe if it's going to test this level, at least sweep, which is perfectly fine. So here we're about to get shift in structure. So we need to get either fake shift in structure to reverse all the way down to take this low here, or we need to close above this level. At this point, what I would like to see, RTY going toward 2563.3. And right after this, I'm going to see if it's going to be daily closure, so it means after today. If you're going to get daily closure, we'll go to this, is it all-time high? Yeah, all-time high. If we are not going to get the closure, probably we'll trace down. Back to liquidity here, see? So yeah, we're going probably here, I believe so. 2565.3 for now. Let's switch on for chart to see what kind of structure we have there. We got sweep. Okay, what else? We got another sweep. I'm going to switch on 15-minute chart. 1 second. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we're going higher now. I hope it's going to hit today. No reason not to take this. We got 4 sweeps. The sweep was confirmed by 15-minute order block, which is 100% bullish. I mean, you can see this definitely, right? We didn't get any retracement, so with a retracement and continuation pattern, probably I would like to see the test of 15-minute fair value gap. Either this one to pump higher, or maybe just move higher towards this level here. On daily chart, once again, it's potential order block, change in the state of delivery. So what do you think about this? What else? What else? What else? Yeah. Either retracement down to 15-minute or potential hourly fair value gap here, or just straight move up to this level. That's what I see so far based on daily chart. SPX, once again, we're approaching equal highs here at 69.13. And I'm watching these OT levels, FIB levels. It's basically RTH gap, old RTH gap, see? We filled more than 50% of this gap, but definitely we have room to go higher to completely fill this gap. But for now, SPX is going to take equal highs and test 50% of old RTH gap again to retrace back down and test this RTH gap, where it's going to completely fill this RTH gap and retrace right after this. So open, close, open. Here's RTH gap. So let's see if I'm asking too much. It's either going to be like this or like that. That's what I'm watching now. But we have room to go higher. Yes, ES chart, ES chart. 30 points away from a previous week high level. Okay.
Looks like
From
gold's
this
starting to give
high.
some back.
Yeah, I'm gonna check zero now as well to see confirmation. Come on. I guess I need to charge my mouse because it's lagging. Yeah.
It's the market makers. They're tired of you making money. They're doing something about it. Yeah, well, Lumi just gave you guys a bunch of breakdowns, so please hit the like, or else she'll never
So
do it
as you
again.
can as you can see, we have some equal highs on ES higher. I need to change line here. 1 second. 69.62 equal highs, which lines up with 50% of RTH gap on SPX. Did it hit? Yeah, I guess we just hit equal highs on SPX, but once again, since ES has room to go higher to take liquidity level, probably will pump a bit higher still. Watching, gonna check. By the way, that's Bitcoin chart that I was talking about. This gray box is weekly order block, price test at 50% and offered reaction. Also closed above 50% of order block, which makes this order block extremely strong and high probability. So I'm watching for the action. I mean, there is a gut reaction. I'm watching just move towards this daily OB at 101. And back to silver on 5-minute chart. Oops. Closure below this level should offer some shorts on gold. But right now, I wouldn't short gold just yet.
Gold might hit the level. I don't know what level you're talking about, but it already hit mine.
Yeah, it hit mine as well.
It hit it like to the tick, which is annoying for me. I hate it.
Okay. Okay, going to stick right now on just to my niche analysis. Since ES never ever closed below 69.30, so I'm going to enable this short idea and I'm going to wait for the reaction from equal highs. 69.62. Like somewhere from this range between previous week high and equal highs here. Sweep time. Yeah, we will see so.
Bullish. Yeah, sellers are not getting anything on the order flow side. What time did I long gold? It was literally
I guess same time with me,
5:40
8:50.
Pacific. 5:40 Pacific time.
Yeah, 8:40, 8:50 a.m. New York time. My SPX chart was on 3-minute chart. 3-minute chart. Let me actually move my 1 second. I will try to move this to the right. Yeah. Right now you can see my time frame.
Yeah, about 20 minutes after gold open. I was looking at NQ and gold for longs, but I decided on gold because it was already open for New York. So I was like, yeah, all right. But yeah, gold has since reached that level up here. It's just prior volume that led to the move, which is what I always mark. So they're figuring out their feelings now. But yeah, I hit the gold trade and then I hit a trade on NQ and then that's my day. I'm doing my best to get back to just what I always did before, which is hit the trades, they work, you're done. So by what, 11 minutes after NQ's open, I was pretty much done with my day.
Going to charge my mouse and stop working. Yeah. Painful.
NQ just covered that entire wick down, held it moving. I think I'm gonna delete this zone at this point. It's done its work. It's done its job. I think now what I will do instead is I'll update some levels. So this would be interesting here. And I would put a line here. So these would be more updated viewpoints. So this can coincide with all this, right? Which would make sense. This would be before it gets to prior trapped distribution. So they tried to pull the market down. They did build and they lost it all. And now they're just building back above. All of this build is offside. So that's something I'm going to look at. So we'll do some charting together for now. And then this here will be, what should we do? We'll do, where the hell? Oh, oops. Extend this. Do a dash. There you go. So there's some new going on here. Well, I don't think it was the news that's driving the market higher in NQ. I mean, they tested this downside so many times. And if you look at the volume profile, it's a lack of interest every time. So the market makes decisions. It's going to go up, it's going to go down. Each time it's going to make a choice. If on the downside they keep poking it, but the choice is the same thing. It's like no one's willing to sell, no one's willing to sell, no one's willing to sell. The market's going to have to go find sellers. That's not lower, that's higher. So they're trying to do so now. And as they go up, they're finding that there's still more buy interest and sell interest because every time they try to sell, they get nothing for it. There's just not enough sell interest. So after that, the market needs to go higher. And then they find no more sell interest. It's too much buying, it's too much demand. They go higher. We could see the same thing again here right now, right? They're trying to sell this. Sellers are coming in, and if there's not enough, if the selling starts to dissipate, the market's got one job: go find sellers, and they're going to have to go higher because there's too much buy interest. The buyers are going to buy higher because, well, they're not going to get a chance to buy lower prices. The market's going up, it's not going down. So that's just kind of how I view things. So I wouldn't say so much it was the news. They were doing this before news came out. Yeah. Yeah, gold is kind of like starting to sequence down since it reached that zone. Just old prior distribution. So it's sequencing down back into the overnight range. It's a pretty, I wouldn't say it's a balanced profile, but it's not exactly like super bullish. So if they're going to give up this entire range, it's not the best, but as tempting as it is, this is why like when I'm done trading, I just usually turn off my charts. You get tempted to take a lot of new trades and setups. And for me, in my experience, my best equity curve is always I get in, I do the work. Whenever I'm done, just that's it. There's going to be a new session tomorrow, the next day, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm doing my best to continue to stick to that.
It's interesting because gold right now trying to respect area, which was in my weekly outlook yesterday. So like complete reversal from 44.58. I don't see a shift in structure to downside yet. By my plan, let me open my chart to see what level I was aiming for. I believe it was Friday low yesterday. Yeah, I'm going to take a screenshot since it's on my notes. So here's my plan from yesterday, updated this morning. So I want to see 44.58, and I want to see like big reversal from that level to aim for Friday. Oh, not actually Friday low. I was aiming for previous month's low. Maybe I'm asking for too much because it's 300 points drop. But yeah, if it's going to stay below this level, which is very important, it will drop a lot, at least Friday low. It was my original plan so far. We don't have confirmation yet, but once you get confirmation on both silver and gold, I'm actually swing short. I just not sure how much time it's going to take to deliver us to Friday low, previous week low level. But yeah, if it's going to overshift in structure, I will look for probably swing trade because not sure if it's going to happen today.
For anyone that's curious still about the 3-bar pattern that I say I like so much, it's there right now. If anyone's looking at NQ's 5-minute chart, ES's 5-minute chart,
Mm-hmm.
that is it exactly. That's all it is. Nothing secret, nothing fancy. It's just you've got to reverse like a hammer kind of doji candle and then that continuation downwards. Now, would I look for a short because of that? No, because where have they gotten? The sellers haven't really gotten anywhere just yet, so I wouldn't say that like this is time for a short because of the 3-bar pattern. If you've got other reasons to take a short, it's totally different. But just because you see this play out right here at the highs on ES does not mean it's time to short, because shorts haven't gotten anywhere since, I mean, what is that, like in 40 minutes ago? Shorts haven't gotten nowhere for 40 whole minutes. So it's kind of like the sports team analogy I always put out. If you've got two sports teams, they've played each other 8 times, and one sports team has lost every single game, why would you bet it? Why would you bet on them, right? And that's the same case right now. Sellers have gotten nothing done for 40 whole minutes. It's going to take, quite a bit of convincing to make a short make sense. If they can stop climbing higher, if they can prevent another high on, of being made, then you can look for reversion, especially with the D-shaped profile and the volume profile as we're looking at it. Ideally, you want to short when the market stops moving higher, vice versa on the downside. We haven't really seen the market stop moving higher yet, so that would come in the form of a lower high.
Yeah.
Once you get that in, maybe things can happen. We do have a bit of stuck buying right now in like it looks like the 75s and above. Right now, again, 69 to 72, 669, 672. There was another attempt at buying the market and they just fell right under, traded 665s, and we're making that move lower. So these are the things I look for in the DOM is when it's buying, it keeps getting rewarded when the market's moving up. But as it made this high, we finally started to see buying not get rewarded anymore. But the issue is the selling also isn't seeing what you would want to see, right? As they're selling it lower and lower, can they actually keep it moving? This would be a pretty important piece of information right now with price coming back into the 660s. If they fail to find sustained auction in the 660s and above, this can revert pretty sharply. But that's a big if, right? The sellers have been losing every match for a while, so wouldn't really bet on them just yet. If they can lock price out of trading above 660s for a while, if they thin out on the interest, then you can definitely thanks, takeaway. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if you guys are
Thank you,
liking the
guys.
stream, please hit the likes. It helps us out. And Lumi told me backstage that if she doesn't get enough likes, she's never coming back. So if you guys want her back, you know what you got to do. It's free. It's free.
So this is what I was talking about, guys. This is silver chart again. As you can see, guys, we still keep going higher. It's really hard for me at this point to consider potential short, and I'm fine probably not be first seller on gold. But same as on ES and Q, when you see ES going higher and Q going lower, probably you don't want to touch this. You want to see them in sync, right? But so far, what I see, yes, ES offer deeper retracement down, while silver still consolidating, but inside bullish trend. So I would like to be extremely careful trying to short this, wait for confirmation, and wait for shift in structure, because when we have bullish trend, you don't want to short every single down close candle, right? You want to wait shift in structure, break of structure to downside, right? So at this point, what we can see here, Did it offer shift in structure to downside? Nope. At this point, just don't touch shorts yet. Bullish trend, right? Break of structure here? Nope. It just did retracement down. Basically, we mitigated this order block and continuation higher. Talking about CL, I already discussed this before. My analysis is going to remain the same. I don't mind to see continuation higher towards the 60. Maybe I'm asking too much, but from what I see so far, we got like we still trade inside discount, and price doesn't really want to go lower yet. See, every single attempt was just sweep here. Nothing changed, right? It just sweep. This means every single attempt was failed. What we would like to see at this point, move toward liquidity levels, buy side liquidity levels. Yes, first liquidity level is going to be at obvious one, 58.55. Definitely we can get reaction from there. But I guess main one is equal lows, even like here, but I'm going to be a bit conservative, 60s. So yeah, considering current situation in the world, maybe it's really hard to trade CL because like we don't know what can happen in 5 minutes or in 1 hour or tomorrow, right? But yeah, considering current structure, I would probably just scalp. It's not really scalp because it's hourly chart, but I would look for a move toward nearest liquidity level, 58.55, maybe next 59 level. But yeah, main level, consider if you trade ICT and and you know about market maker model, probably it's going to be at 60s. So we're gonna see my plan since December, end of December, remains the same, 60s. So we're gonna see. It's my analysis for CL. Keep going higher on silver, gold, nothing changed. It's SPX chart, so I outline potential idea here. So we took equal highs. We have unfilled gap higher still. Can we get some retracement down to at least touch current RTH gap? Definitely. But maybe not now. Maybe it will continue going higher because as you can see, still bullish trend. No BOS, break of structure. Nothing yet, right? So, but yeah, if it's going to break this level, I will try to short, just scalp for 10-15 points down. But for reversal, probably no. RTY, already analyzed before, so I would like to see higher at 25.65. Since then, we moved like 4 points. I don't think like 4 points is a lot. But yeah, would like to see a bit higher. What can happen? We can retrace slightly lower to 15-minute fair value gap. I don't really like this idea. I would like to see just move to this area. But this definitely can happen. And if it's going to happen, I would like to see the action from the 15-minute fair value gap. I traded maybe RTY once in my life, so I'm not going to execute this, but I'm going to just probably read the tape here. If it's going to retrace, I hope it's going to offer the action. Why I'm looking for this level, if you just joined. So it's potential daily OB. So at this point, if it's going to close above this level on daily chart, I will look for all-time high. If it's going to sweep this level, I will look for opposite liquidity level, which is at basically, if I can say so, equal lows at 24.85. So that's my analysis. What else? Nothing else.
Lumi, there's someone in the chat you should say hi to.
Someone asked me something? Let me read the chat. Who is this engine? Yeah.
Hey, look, if you don't hit the like, Inferno, she's never coming back. So you know what to do. And subscribe.
Hello, Frank. Hello. Frank, you missed long with us on gold. Why are you so late today? I'm bad singer, by the way. Well, going to set alarm right now on silver. Yeah. Over here. And what else on gold? Okay, below 44, 45, I think so. Okay. Hit the like, guys. Hit the like. For Monday, we got pretty much solid trade. And I believe on gold, it was trade of the day. So considering current price action on indices, yeah, pretty much.
Thanks, Mr. Market.
Back on my SPX chart. Okay. We need 777. Why 777? Is it like magical number?
Yeah, Fiber, thank you. Please, odd amount of times.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, white noise. So what I usually do with the info right now is say you're looking for sell side, which I feel like some people in the chat might be. You know now there are buyers present 640s to 630s. With that information, if price were to break this now, when the buyers have shown their hand where they are, if they can trade below the 630s, then it would mean quite literally that the market has found a range where there's more sell interest than buy interest. Otherwise, the price would hold there. But until then, same thing, right? You've got to assume the same thing that the market's been doing, which is every time it runs into like we'll say liquidity, right? A pool of buyers, they really don't push past them. There's just not enough selling to push past them. So now that the market has, found that pool again around the open for NQ, if they can't push past that, it's the information is the same. There's more buying interest than selling. You can't short with that. But if they push through that buying, then you do have new information. The order flow dynamic has changed. More sell interest than buy interest now, and then you can try to look for some shorts. Lumi's only going to be a permanent guest if she gets enough likes.
Yeah, guys, don't forget to like.
Well, she's not going to want to come back.
Yeah. I believe I'm on YouTube every single day, just on different channels.
Really?
Yeah, I trade AM session, I trade PM session.
Wow. Full time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why on Friday, I believe I traded pre-market and I traded PM session. I got in short on yes, I remember. It was Friday. Friday, I shorted on Friday. I even remember the stop. It was short here. I shorted from here. Also done here.
Can you YouTube short the comment from us? I don't understand.
Can you
You want
YouTube short the,
YouTube short?
well,
No liking even amount of times. It's got to be odd. Thanks, Larry. Appreciate that. I appreciate you guys chat. What do I do after my 2 hours trade day? Anything. That's the magic. Anything. Create a YouTube short video. I'm not high level influencer enough to do stuff like that on a whim yet. So sorry. Yeah, Leo's gonna teach me how to get my influencer game right. I'm just a dude. Yeah, so every time they trade above the 660s right now, they're not really finding much. And they do that enough times. At some point, you just got to speculate, hey, look, the market's not going to go higher. There's just no willingness anymore. That's kind of what they're showing. They kept tapering into it. The most recent poke, what they traded like up to 667. There's buying in the 66 to 68s, and they're left behind. Restart my share. Yes. Are we good? Are we good? Yeah, I think our next guess might be locked into this range here. XY workout stream. Yeah, I gotta go to the gym today. I have been
Nothing
losing
is going
lately.
on
I
so
have no
far.
real strategy. What should I do? Lumi traders, I am almost brand new in this field. Well, I mean, if you stick around, you'll learn a lot of stuff. You'll pick up a lot of things. You'll find out what doesn't work for you, what does work for you. It's a process. It's gonna take time.
Yes.
Fractal, you've been
Yeah.
how do you know Fractal? Yeah, I think Fractal's been in my house.
What's up, guys?
Good morning. Good
What up,
morning.
what up?
It's been so
Just in
long.
time for the range.
Yeah, that never fails. Never fails.
Beat
Yeah,
Chappie.
I don't expect anything to happen really from now until lunchtime.
Yeah,
Need,
probably.
need you to say that so that way something does happen.
Good. I hope
You guys get
market.
enough likes, it'll move. That's how the market works.
How many likes do we have?
I don't know, but it needs
550?
more. Every time the market starts to stall like this, it's because there's not enough. So trust me, I've seen the algorithm. It's coded based off of likes for volatility.
You guys heard him. Like up the stream.
Josh said I figured Nick was coming on with this range. You're not wrong.
Nah, if Nick were coming on, the range would be half of what it is now.
I should have texted Nick. Hey, Nick, it's a 10-point range. Why don't you get on the stream, brother?
I'm on
Hey.
with him tomorrow. I bet tomorrow will be range bound.
Yeah, for sure. Guaranteed.
Same time, by the way.
If you guys want to start selling, what's the opposite of the condor? Like a straddle? No, not a straddle. Maybe it is a condor. I don't know. Where the
Strangle?
market strangle, where the market just ain't gonna, where it's not gonna go anywhere. Just look at Nick's schedule. We can send it out prior to.
You got to tell Captain Condor to track Nick.
Yeah, he should. He wouldn't have blown up on Christmas
Yeah.
Day.
He got. I still wonder. Do you guys think that like that ruined his Christmas, or is this
Who
just like
blew up
another
on Christmas Day? What?
Ruin? You can't.
Captain.
There's no better way to ruin your Christmas than to
Like-
blow up 45, 4 million, 5 million.
Who
Yeah,
blew
but
up
he
$5 million
lost.
on Christmas Day? What I
Captain
missed?
Condor, bro.
Captain
Oh,
Condor.
the-
You haven't heard all of the lore.
It's all over X. Are you kidding me?
I wasn't spending too much time on X at the time, but that's insane.
But yeah, he lost so much money, and it was like I think 5 days in a row, if I'm not mistaken. I wonder if he just like went to sleep at night peacefully or it kept him up late at night. Yeah, he's formally known as the captain now.
Former captain.
Former captain.
He did tweet that he was down but not out. So maybe he's got investors. It's
like, would you like to invest in the captain? Well, I hope you guys have a good time with this range.
Yeah, guys. Yeah.
I
You
don't-
wish
don't,
you good
want to
luck.
stick around?
I don't want to stick
Just
around.
no,
to be
just
honest
hang
with you.
out.
I don't want to stick around.
I can.
I mean, look at Lumi. She's like, oh my goodness. What are we doing here still?
You guys want to leave that badly? Why
Yeah.
can't I find the share button?
Yeah,
Not
we're going
really.
to do
So
so. So what we're going to do now is we're going to leave
Oh.
you guys with this range, and we're going to say thanks, chat, for hanging out. Thanks for
Yeah,
all the
guys.
likes.
thank
And
you.
if you
Yeah,
want
for
Lumi
spending
to
time.
come back, you know
yeah.
what to do. Hit the like.
Don't
It's-
forget to subscribe. Hit the like.
Lumi, that's it. You're a regular now.
I know.
She has it down packed.
They're gonna start like
Yep.
as soon as she gets her first soundbite clipped, she's in.
That's it. You're in.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have a Lumi clip yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
No,
It's gonna
I
happen.
guess so.
It's gonna happen, man.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, you guys have fun.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
guys.
hop
Bye,
off.
everyone.
I'm gonna
Wish
hit
you
the
perfect
gym.
the rest
See
of your
ya.
day.
All right.
Bye.
Take care.
See y'all.
Bye bye.
Well, Salma,
Wait. I have to say it. And then there were two.
and then there were two in the
And
chat.
there were two. That's it.
What's going on, chat?
Guys, I just took
dogs
a
are
risky
here.
short.
Oh,
Just entered a short on ES based off of the previous 30-minute candle close. Same setup I always talk about.
yep.
I have stops at the highs, and I'm gonna just target the 9 EMA on the 30-minute.
Nice.
Might move it to previous day high. We'll see. But that's what I've got going so far. Literally just entered. Do either one of you think we'll ever break out of this chop? I'm bullish. I was looking at the daily time frame. I'm pretty bullish going into, I mean, I don't know how long, but hold on. I'll show you guys. 1 second. Let me take off my indicators. Okay, if you look on the daily time frame on ES, I mean, we're holding this trend line beautifully, making higher highs, higher lows. I'm expecting within like the next, I don't know, maybe by the end of the week, we make a new high. That's what I'm looking at, so to speak, long term, not very long term, but in the coming sessions. And that's just based off of ES. I haven't really taken a look at NQ or anything like that.
I mean, honestly, in Q, after failing at these 870s, we broke back through the balance area, retested that a couple of times, even to the tick here.
So 870s.
Yeah, I had kind of this area marked from all these prior wicks. And it was support previously to be in resistance, but we tapped that area quite a lot, and we got a boat over it, built a little volume node, and then it was nuked. So we rode through part of this balance range, kind of got around the middle of it a little lower, and now we're pushing up again into this high volume node. So it makes sense that 700 is a little sticky right now.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll see if we can't, if anything presents itself this afternoon for us.
Yeah, sometimes when I'm like having trouble reading like a chart, this might sound weird, but I'll inverse it. And inversing it sometimes will
Yeah.
help me see, like, sometimes if I'm missing something,
Right.
So yeah, having that trend line on the daily drawn on ES inversed, you would anticipate, rejection, right? So like everything is inversed. And that's kind of why I think we would push higher.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, the market's still going up and to the right,
Yeah.
even with all of the, perma bears out there. So just treating this little pullback as a pullback on a higher time frame, and kind of looking for that continuation, I think is the right play. It's just a matter of getting a good setup. For me, it's probably going to be around 627, right where the OR mid is. RTH VWAP is here as well. It is kind of in the middle of the range, so it would be a little tricky, but I just don't really have a great way to get long here at near hive day when the market's already been as choppy as it is.
Yeah. I mean, I think NQ, last I looked at NQ. Hold on, I don't know how to get this out of the way. Okay, yeah, last I looked at NQ, is still stuck in its 5-minute OR. Yeah, looks like we're trying to break above now.
Yeah. Great way to inverse your chart is turn your screen upside down, chat says.
Yeah, that always works. Or you can, guys, if you're on TradingView, you can just go to like the little wheel, the settings, and you can just look for invert scale. That actually is what I was using when I was like first learning how to get comfortable with shorting. If you inverse your chart, something looks bullish on the inverted chart, then it's bearish on an actual chart. So I would always use that as like my confirmation. Little tip and trick there for those who are struggling.
You can also turn your head upside down.
Leo, bro. You love entertaining trolls. Just, oh my God.
It's good times.
Guys, I feel like it's been so long. Like, I haven't been on stream in
It's
2
been
weeks.
a hot minute. I haven't.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I was
You were supposed to be, last week, and you weren't here.
It's not that I didn't want to be here,
I had to
guys.
deal with Nick.
Well, I got to deal with Nick tomorrow, so it's only right. No, I'm joking. I'm actually very grateful that Nick was able to fill in. Yeah, guys, I was a little bit out of commission there. Didn't have Wi-Fi for almost a week. A tree on my property fell, took down some street wires. It was this whole big mess. But internet is now fixed. We're all good to go. Driver
Nick
trades.
watching this.
Don't tell him he said anything. Shh.
He's gonna comment in the chat soon. Watch.
Daddy's home.
Someone's gonna text him like, Nick, tune in. But yeah, we're back. We are back. How was your New Year's, Leo?
Great. We pretended that it didn't exist.
Oh,
because
cool.
that's what
Me
you
too.
do when you have kids. So that
So I did nothing.
That was the extent of it. I was up until the turn of the new year because I was binging Landman season 2. So that's legit what I did. But my wife was asleep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't do much either. It was just another day. It was a very normal day for me too. Except I was watching Stranger Things.
You sent me a tweet on the new OLED monitor release from LG. I literally just bought 2 LGs. Are you saying I need to buy new ones already? Where was this tweet? Has anybody traded? Yes, I have a friend that trades on Starlink.
I looked into Starlink. I was like so desperate to I was looking for new internet providers. I think Starlink is so expensive for what they offer.
Wait, I have the GX8s. you're saying the GX9s are they new? I'm out of date. Fuck.
They might stop me out here on this trade. I think NQ is pushing. Yep.
Good morning. Yeah, it is kind of.
Come on, you're gonna ruin my trade here, NQ.
It's drifting. I wouldn't call this a push. It's not great for you to be bearish when NQ is just drifting higher, though.
Yeah, I might
Not gonna
close this
lie.
out. Yeah, and take the loss here, and then look for a potential reentry. I don't like that. Like anything, as soon as I get into a short, it decides to start moving. You joking?
John, where is this tweet? I'm looking for mentioned tweets at me. Come on. I need to see this.
Check your DMs. Maybe it's in DMs.
Oh. It's a good place to look.
Duh. It's like the first place I'd look.
Oh, shoot. Do you want to buy? People want to help me buy followers, which that's a scam. Services are being offered to me. No monitored discussion. That's my DMs are junk.
They usually always are junk. Mr. Butters, yeah, he probably would be mad.
There's a 34-inch GX9. Okay. That's the new one? Because I have the GX8s. So did I just legit buy old? What's better?
These go to 11.
What was that?
GX, I don't know.
How do we always end up talking about monitors when you're on?
I don't know. Because the chat likes to. Hey, the one thing about the chat is they're very tech savvy. I love that.
Dude, on stream, someone said your head looks like it's floating, but it's only
I know.
because
Listen.
It's only because on stream you're cut into like a little square.
I'll
But
fix
I
I'll
see
fix it.
Leo's lighting looks good on my end.
I'll fix it.
It's actually hilarious.
I will get more lighting behind me.
I think you just need to move the orange light. You'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Chill.
It's just out of
I have a great
frame.
idea for lighting.
What are you gonna do?
Somebody sent me a cool sign. I'm gonna throw it up. It'll just add lighting.
Oh, that's nice.
I know that.
What to say, like Leo the tiger or the tiger?
It says the big cat. No, I'm just kidding. The floating head works. Yeah. Nice. John, where's the tweet?
You're still looking for that tweet.
You can't hear me? Is my mic low? Didn't it turn it up?
No, I think he's just saying he doesn't need to see your face. He needs to just hear what you have to say.
Oh, he doesn't want to see my face. Got it. Got it. Okay. Are you still short? Because I think this might be a little bit of a.
No, I got out.
Okay.
I had stops at the high at 57 on ES, but not even gonna wait till they get there.
I'm gonna jump in a couple
shorts.
Yeah.
I mean, I can so see NQ closing back within its 30-minute OR.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, they do that as soon as I get out. I'll wait. Someone said, when are we getting order flow merch?
What? Merch? I don't know what you're talking about.
Order flow merch.
All I have is a hat.
Just a hat. Guys, shorts are still looking good. You just don't want to see these highs get taken out. Like NQ, I hate when they diverge because NQ just made new highs on the day and ES still hasn't. So yeah, shorts are still valid. I'm gonna wait. New 15-minute candle is gonna open soon. Have you guys, Leo, have you noticed recently, like after Euro close, market gets super like trappy
I didn't mean
and
to
almost
overcover. I didn't mean to overcover, but I did. I went to
wait,
cover
you got
one.
out?
I went to cover one, and both got taken out. So that
This was a green
sucks.
trade.
I mean, 40 points on NQ isn't bad.
That
Or
was
30,
good.
I guess. It was about 15 points per contract. Damn. Well, it'd be really hard for me to get back in because that drop was kind of I'll give you like the reason I was willing to get into the trade at all is just really simple. So you just look at this high here. They took it out and then immediately selling came in right after that high was clipped. And so I just saw a bunch of aggressive selling at the tape right on this turn and just decided to jump into it. This might be all the move we get off of that little pullback. But it was worth a shot. And I still would be holding one contract if I didn't overcover. Need to figure out why that happened.
Do you maybe have like your what am I trying to say? Did you have like maybe
Sometimes
your limit set as 2?
Well, I use hotkeys, right? So
Oh,
sometimes the like the button click sends twice. So I may need to just adjust
that makes sense,
that hotkey.
dude.
When our vol chart with instruments, what do you mean? Can you explain?
I feel like ES is gonna push here. Might be good that you got out of your shorts. Might be good that I got out of mine. All right, we have someone in the chat also short. What are you targeting, Rumo?
$81. That's where he's short from.
Yeah. It works. It will work if NQ doesn't make a new high and we close below the 30-minute OR high. If we close within the OR, you're good. Today I only traded silver, 1 micro on silver, and then just a short on ES on stream. Leo, have you been trading silver at all or no?
No.
No? Okay. Yeah, 1 micro on silver will make you like have heart palpitations. It's that serious. I don't know how people size up any more than that.
Nah, it can't be that serious.
No. It really is that serious.
It's a $5 contract per tick on a micro.
No, okay, but like when you're on a prop account and you have whatever, an X amount of drawdown, silver will make or break your account. And I know people are trying to trade silver with way more than just 1 micro. Oh, look at the short starting to play out.
I know. I was saying I would have just loved to stay in that trade.
I kind of low-key might enter again.
I would go for it.
I will put stops at the highs, guys. I'll lower that.
You don't execute off a 30-minute chart though, right? Like you're using that for context.
I mean, yeah. I don't understand the question. What do you mean?
Like you trade from off of a 30-minute chart?
Like why I'm entering?
No. What the why could be anything, but like
Hmm.
you don't ever look at a 5 minute, 1 minute. You're just
Oh, I
always on a
do.
30
No,
minute.
no. I look at the 5 minute. I never look at the 1 minute. It's too small for me, in my opinion. 5, 15, 30 are like my go-to, but I like to hang out mostly on the 15 and 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not
I wasn't.
judging you.
No. That question was like posed. I didn't understand what you were trying to ask. But I see it
Chat
was
was
somebody
asking.
else. Yeah, it was somebody else asking. Yeah. No, I'm always on. I try to stay on higher time frames. Like this morning, I took a long on silver, and I took it based off of the hourly candle. It was at like 8 in the morning. Yeah. So I saw we closed the 7 a.m. candle close like this after we just had like a little sell off. We were at a fib level that I had, waited for this hourly to close, monitored it. I saw that we were, buyers were stepping in. We started to push. I entered here on this hourly and I held it to forget what my target was actually. I might have closed a little bit earlier than my target, but yeah, that was like a good long trade there. But for me, like the higher time frames just tell the story a little bit better. Shorter time frames, you can get faked out much easier. So I try to stay on like 30-hour, 15-minute. Dude, I enter and they try and push it up again. Oh
We're
God.
watching the stream, bro.
What?
So they're watching the stream.
Yeah. MMs are watching us right now, guys. Let's see.
You guys needed to tell me, did I do the wrong thing when I bought these GX8s?
He's still stuck on that. Oh my God.
Do I trade? No, I don't trade time. I don't trade on time-based bars.
Yeah, I don't understand how you trade, Leo.
Time is just like the market doesn't even consider time. It's a figment of your imagination. That's the fact.
Wait, XY trades the same way you do, right?
TWAP, Cooper, I've got TWAP. I have studied TWAP over years and years of data, and there's really no great correlation with market moves off of TWAP. Trust me, I would have TWAP on my chart and talk about how great TWAP was if it worked. XY uses 1 minute. He does. I'm just joking about the time being a figment of your imagination. I'm just joking around.
Yeah, I remember
volume.
XY saying that.
I use volume charts. So for me, every bar is a representation of volume. Currently, I'm on 500 volume. So every bar you see that's printed is based on 500 volume. I'm on volume with Leo.
Dude, I'm getting out. They literally pushed
So
it as soon as I
sick.
entered.
I mean, that's how it works, Salma. It's never easy.
Dude, no. I literally bottom ticked that 5-minute chart. That 5-minute candle. That's crazy. I think I should have just waited for, guys, this pink line here on my chart is the 9 EMA. And we've just been literally grinding higher on that 9 EMA basically since 8:30. We haven't had one candle close below. So in order for me to short again, I would want to see a 5-minute candle close below as confirmation. That's completely my bad for not waiting. But yeah, they just pushed it higher as soon as I entered. It's a Monday. The trend is your friend. Yeah, that's true too, Jackson. It's funny because I came into today bullish. I just hated this here. I hated this chop. 5-minute was looking disgusting when like XY Lumi were on. So I completely ignored the indices. I was just looking at silver for the most part. And then we kind of haven't really done much. We've just been trading sideways. But I would take that short again. This setup was valid. until literally they just pushed it now. So
I'm just happy that that little short I had, worked.
wait, what? Just think you just bought the old iPhone the day before the new iPhone was released at the same price, and then you will know how Leo is feeling. Leo, you did that?
Or what?
Wait, what? Did you do that? I'm confused.
Okay, my GX8s are OLED. They're not 5K, 2K. But they are 34s. They're they're quad HD. Everyone's different. Hey, if my 500 vol is too fast for you, use something slower. I'm not proclaiming that 500 volume is the best bar type to use. That's just what I'd use. Oh, time is important. I'm not okay.
Guys, he was joking.
There's a joke, and I think you missed it. I prefer to trade based on volume because of some of the tools that I use to trade. They're all based on volume, like a concentration of volume. The joke was lost in time. That's funny. The joke was lost in time. Somebody please at me these GX9s.
Bro, enough with this GX9. I'm literally gonna have
I need to know.
She just keeps talking. What even is that? I know it's a monitor, but what's like the allure behind that?
I see announcements from December 25th. But they're 39, 27, and 52. I don't want that. I don't need a 52-inch gaming monitor.
Dude, what are yours now?
I have two 34s and then no 27 and vertical.
Oh, nice.
You don't want to hear about monitors anymore? Hit the like button and I'll shut up.
Yeah, please, guys, like it up. No more monitor talk. How'd we lose a like?
My name is Jeff.
How about we monitor the likes? Yeah, I like that better, Cooper. Hey, Leo, you gained us 5 new followers. 5 new likes.
The only problem is you have to talk now, not me.
13 more likes. I mean, I don't have much to say, really. I'm waiting to see, guys, if this trade pans out after they already took me out twice. I'm gonna be upset. What's gold doing? Not much. I kind of want to wait for silver to come down a little bit, and then I would try and long it with 1 micro. That's what I'm waiting for. Dallas, you're a real one. He said if he could spam the like button, he would. That's what I'm talking about.
You can. Multiple accounts.
Yeah, make some burners.
There's nothing wrong with like bombing us. It's fine.
Like bombing. I need to see something. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, there's not really much going on, guys. That sucks. I feel like we always get this kind of price action, Leo.
I mean, that's what I think the markets were anticipating Nick to be on today.
Bro,
but I
Nick
mean,
is just catching strays for no reason.
It is a Monday. Mondays are the most bullish day of the week historically. They're also generally slow. But I mean, hey, sniped off a short. Let's see, what do we have for the rest of the week? Tuesday, some FOMC speaker, Barkin. Wednesday, ADP non-farm. Wait, am I reading that right? Oh,
it's
employment change. So NFP must be Friday. Okay, got it.
Isn't it a jam-packed week this week?
I mean, it just looks like NFP on Friday, ISM PMI on Wednesday. It doesn't look super jam-packed.
NFP is, I remember an NFP used to literally at 8:30 a.m. you would see at minimum 100-point candle on NQ within like 30 seconds.
You would see what?
You would see like 100-point candle on NQ within like 30 seconds of NFP coming out.
Yeah.
Just insane movement on NFP. Why is this not letting me go forward? Okay. It's weird. Who was the person that said they sent you a message?
What?
Who was
John.
the person? John.
You can't, but we can't discuss the topic anymore.
Yeah, I just want to talk
Chat
about
has
how
banned
he came in and he dropped that, got you looking, and then he just left. I don't think he said anything else after that.
Yeah. John, wherever you are. Not cool,
He's
man.
gonna come find you. All right, ES is moving higher here. What's NQ? Yep, NQ as well. So I had this level here, this 4-hour level on ES that I marked out that I wanted to see the sweep of. We swept it, and it looks like on the 30-minute, we just held it as support. And then we're just going to go to the next 4-hour level I have here. So my next target on ES would be 69.61 for anyone trading. If anyone is long, another 6 points or so. NQ what? Leo, what are you looking at?
ISO needs to turn on something or turn on a printer so I can print something. Schoolwork.
Seeing a little bit of sellers step in at 60 on ES. I'm still waiting on silver. Any downside targets for today? On what? What are you looking at exactly? On ES? I don't think we get any I don't think we get I don't think we get an insane pullback. But if we do, I would want to see us go down to 40, which is previous day high. It also aligns with the 30-minute OR mid. It's also a 4-hour level that I had. And then anything lower than that, you would want to target 922. That's a fib level I have from the daily time frame. And then lower, you would target midnight open, which would be 6907. So 6907, 6922, 6940. Basically like 15 point ranges. But again, here guys, on like the 15-minute, this looks like we're flagging. It's either we're flagging for a leg higher or we're stalling and waiting for some sellers to step in and push us down. But every time I've tried to short, it has not worked out. So
That's what's kind of a bitch about these moves is getting into these shorts where it's just kind of stalling at high days can be difficult. I think this is it's got some legs now.
Yeah, I mean, like the setup looks good, and then we start to see, for example, like today, the setup looked good for the short, but then NQES started to have a little bit of divergence. We saw NQ try and push higher and made new high day. ES was lagging behind, and I think that was part of the reason why those shorts did not work out. So you definitely have to keep an eye on, the pairs. Someone said, "Yo, Salma." Hello, Tutu. But yeah, I don't like the fact that we're stalling here at the highs, Leo. I feel like last couple sessions, every time we do stall at the highs, we get a push down. Now, granted, it is a Monday. Everybody says, Mondays are trend days up, bullish days, yada, yada, yada. I don't know how much of a pullback we do get.
Yeah.
Someone said, look at RTY and YM. Yeah, I never really keep an eye on them. Let's see. I mean, RTY looks like a beautiful flag, though. This looks more of a bull flag than ES does. Yeah, literally everything's just flagging here. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, that there's not more interesting price action going on right now.
You don't need to apologize for the price action, Selma.
Well, not, I mean,
Nick's been doing this for almost a year, and he never apologizes.
I hate we come on, we have an hour, and then the hour is not too exciting.
I got a 15-point scalp off.
Okay, yeah.
That was
that's good.
exciting.
Guys, W's in the chat for Leo.
I feel like that was more of a golf clap. I don't know.
Just you take what you get.
They're trying to bump it up. You like to pump it up.
Dan is blaming me. Thanks, Dan. It probably is my fault. I'm probably the new Nick. My mouse is in the drawer. What does that mean? Even silver looks like it doesn't want to give us a slight pullback. Leo, why are you all crickets now that we're not talking about monitors?
You guys told me to shut up. I shut up.
Chat, should we allow him to go back to talking about his monitors? It'll get him to yap. He's researching monitors. Yo, you caught him. You caught him.
Oh.
Fiber optic is actually hilarious.
There is a green button.
Yes, new highs. Yeah, wow. Whoop-de-doo. Very exciting.
What is the green button? Can you explain to me like I'm 5? It's exciting if you're long.
Yeah, I know, guys. I'm just messing around. I just don't like the fact that ES is it just made a new high. and Q has not. There's a lot of divergence here between the two. And when there is divergence, in my opinion, it's not fun to trade.
Okay, if you get long here, what's your risk? Where are you stopping out?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking the chat.
Oh,
They're just
I
like,
would
oh, it's going up, buy it.
I would go long if we get a retest of the 9 EMA. Then I wouldn't fight the trend and I would long it. Been long all morning and this still isn't that exciting. Yeah, this is positive gamma environment. We're just grinding higher. Literally nothing
God.
exciting going on.
Is Gamma in the room with us, Salma?
Is Gamma in the room with us? Yes, it is.
Oh no.
I'm just talking about the environment, okay? I don't have any levels for you guys as far as Gamma, but when we are in positive Gamma environment, we tend to just have very slow movements. Whereas with negative Gamma environment, we have like that whipsaw or whiplash action, where we get these bigger moves, a little bit more volatility. Yeah, thanks, John.
John came back to agree with you about Gamma, but won't tell me about the thing that he said he tweeted at me about.
Wait, that's
Okay.
the John? Is
Yeah.
that the John?
Yeah, it
John,
is.
you started this whole conversation
It's his
and then
fault.
you just dipped. He's actually funny for that. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into anything up here. I know like the old me would try and force a trade during choppy environment or during this like literally this is snail of a movement. I know better now.
Salma is evolving.
I am. You know what? It's like every week, every month, 6 months, I look back and I'm like, wow, I've come such a long way. And I think that's just something that never stops in trading. Just constantly look back and you're like, wow, I'm so much better. And I'm still not where I want to be, right? Just for the record. Leo despises Gamma like he hates time. Leo's just a hater, period.
Caught me.
Yeah, Nina, we all can't be Leo, so.
Caught me.
Fiber Optic said, Salma, can you please
Look
tell me
under your
how?
1231 post.
All right, you go do that. While you do that, I'm going to answer Fiber Optic's question. Fiber Optic said, can you please tell me how you've evolved to not take stupid trades? That's what I'm trying right now. So I do want to make one thing clear. There are times where I do take a trade when, I look back and I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. So that still happens. I don't think it ever stops. It's just a matter of being able to catch yourself and realizing, like, is this the kind of environment that I thrive in? And I just got done telling you guys that positive gamma environment where we slowly grind up. And I'm not talking trend days. I love trend days. But when we have these slow grind ups on trend days, that's typically when I tend to do things I shouldn't be doing, when I go on a till, when I'm trying to revenge trade, yada, yada, yada. So knowing the environment where I do well as a trader versus where I would struggle, that's number one to avoiding how to take stupid trades. Yeah, like this. If it doesn't support your trading style, don't take the trade. Another thing, like I used to just like want to take a trade just for the sake of taking a trade and saying I traded. I know probably a lot of people in the chat are relating to what I'm saying. You need to just wait for your setup. Trading is supposed to be boring. The fact that we're on stream right now, nothing is happening, and we're not taking a trade is a good thing. If we took a trade right now, what would we be doing? We'd be chasing high a day, and for me to take a short, I don't have a setup right here, so I wouldn't take a short. I think most get bored and force trades. Yeah, forcing trades is literally one of the number one reasons why people blow up, why people don't last in trading. Leo H466, or take trades that afterwards I say to myself, why? Leo, are you asking yourself why on like trades that you're green, or is it like trades where you cut too early you cut like a loss too early, or you take a loss early. Yeah, and like Pink just said, no trade is a trade. Sitting cash is fine. It's not a big deal. Guys, Leo's actually researching monitors right now.
I found John's link. The good news is I have no FOMO because they didn't come out with a new 34-inch, which is what I bought. I bought the two 34s. They did put out a 52-inch 5K 2K, which is insane. But I specifically chose two 34s because of desk space and the ability to separate things out from a monitor. So I'm pretty pumped. So no more monitor discussion from me.
Wait, how big is your desk?
72 inches.
Yeah, that's the same as mine. I think I'd have so much more space if I like mounted my monitors, but I don't want to do that. Do you mount your monitors?
No, because I have an L-shaped desk,
Mm-hmm.
and it faces like nothingness. There's nothing behind, and there's no wall.
Okay. Gotcha.
Just faces the room.
Someone wants the free tape reader, Leo.
Here, I'll put a link to it in the chat. 1 second. Let me. They'll put out there. We're flaunting. No, we're not flaunting desk sizes. Somebody asked.
Look at ES pushing higher, and then NQ still hasn't made a new high on the day. And this is what I mean by that divergence. Like, I personally don't see a point in taking longs there, especially when, they're not on the same page.
AK, the NinjaTrader folks put the link to the freemium tools. So the tape reader is in there. Just download it. NQ is at the high. It's 3 points off of high of day.
Yeah, but I just mean that, wait, did we make a new high? Yeah, we just did.
Can you get a tape reader on TradingView? No. Because TradingView doesn't have accurate tick level data. But we are going to be putting some things on TradingView.
Five-minute on silver looks interesting.
Oh, heck yeah, string. People love the tape reader. It's one of the most popular freemium tools that we put out there. Grind your stops. I think the market's just grinding.
All right, looks like ES wants to sweep that next level on the 4-hour. And we're a point away. $7.37 is Pax's next rotation on NQ.
722. 722 would be the V range high. Which is important for me, especially on a range day. We see what happened here. If we go, to this morning, nothing is to the tick, but this kind of the reference area, it held, rotated back up, kind of broke through it, rotated back up again. Sold off the 5-minute mid. I took this short here earlier this morning to this V range, and then it, ever since it tapped that V range, it became support. So I would watch what happens at the high end of the V range high. So the V range high at 722. But until we get there, I really don't have anything. I'm not going to buy this high with the pace that we're at, and I'm definitely not going to get short yet. I'm actually starting to get into that world a little bit.
What world?
Prop.
Oh, nice.
Because
About time.
I think there's some interesting opportunities now that some of the firms are a little more straightforward than they were in the past. I think there's some serious money to be made, just using some good copy trading technology.
Yeah, plus I mean, it's such low cost to entry, and then you can reap all the benefits of those payouts as long as you can just maintain that discipline to just follow those rules.
No, I'm not going in after anybody's records, but I may be doing some prop type activity.
So mysterious. You won't do. Why won't you let us in? Tell us.
Because I'm gonna post about it. I'm gonna make like a, I'm not gonna be like make a big deal about it, but I'm just gonna like kind of just post my plan for what I'm going to do with prop this year.
Would that be your first time trading prop? Like you've never traded before?
No, I've traded it before, but I just never have taken it like seriously,
Yeah. I mean,
I've
it's
dicked
kind of
around with
hard.
it.
It's kind of hard to take it seriously. I mean, different story for you, Leo. You've been doing this for so long and you've been trading your own money. But like for someone who's coming into the prop world and futures world as a newbie, you kind of, it's very hard to take these props serious when it's just like, a $70 account. And when you blow it, you can just justify it as it's just, it's just lunch money. It's just dinner money. And then before you know it, you're down $5,000 on eval costs because you just keep screwing around. But if you take it serious, there is a lot of money to be made.
Yeah,
You guys,
for sure.
this could literally be a stream of income for you guys if you just, you were able to just stay disciplined for literally a week to get that payout. Between passing eval and the 5 days, you can make some serious money.
Yeah. How do you get 3 vertical panels for histograms on your data chart? I only have 2. I don't know what you mean. You're talking about the volume profiles? They're just stacked. They're just stacked. So one, this is all one data series. Yeah, you offset them. I actually don't know. It sounds like I think you can do it with the built-in NinjaTrader volume profile, but these are built. We built these volume profiles.
Guys, when I said 5K, I was just throwing a random number out there. But there are people who have lost a lot more or lost a lot less. But nonetheless, my point is that, you justify blowing a $70 account, and then before you know it, that number has increased by a lot. So that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Salma, how many funded accounts do you have? Who is your favorite? I always trade personal, but got some Lucid and TPT to try for the new year. I have a couple funded accounts. For my favorite firms right now, Leo knows, I have been really loving Lucid. Lucid has just been fitting my criteria as far as like just everything is fast. You can pass an account same day. You get paid within literally seconds to minutes sometimes. Like I've been paid in under 2 minutes after submitting a payout with Lucid. Another thing is like, most of these firms, you pass the account, you have to wait till end of the day to activate your funded. With Lucid, give it 5-10 minutes and the dashboard will update like automatically, and then you can go and trade the funded same day. So if you're someone who is looking for that speed, I would say Lucid is your go-to. They are probably the cheapest right now, as from what I know in the prop firm space. And then like I know that they're working on like getting bigger payout caps and stuff. So yeah, I would recommend Lucid to anyone who's brand new. And then the other firm that I have been using is MFFU, My Funded Futures. Basically the same as Lucid. They're like $70 accounts. Um, yeah, it's all just personal preference really at the end of the day. I'm looking at Lucid now, thinking of grabbing one account to see how they are. All right, cool, Mike. Use my code. Don't use Leo's.
I don't have any codes.
I'm
I don't have a
joking.
code to use.
I've used Alpha Futures, I think like once, but I didn't like I didn't really necessarily like their rules and stuff. So I like to stick to what I know. But I have tried several firms. What else? Who else is Salma, are you live with any firm? I've actually never stuck to one singular firm enough to get like enough payouts to get sent live. Like I'll get a couple payouts from a firm and then I'll go try something different. So that's what I've been doing recently. Um, yeah. My biggest payout is I can't talk about it, so
Time frame of the volume profiles is there's the first profile over here to the right is from the start of RTH. So just be anchored to the start of the session. And then these two are going to be anchored to, I don't remember what I have set up here in the setting, but I'll tell you 50-point rotations. So from this high, we made from this low here, right here, we made a 50-point move to the upside. And so once it does complete that rotation at 50 points, then it will anchor a new profile. So if we get lucky in the next 3 minutes, find out, we might see that reset to this high. But essentially, it just tracks legs of the auction and not time or anything like that. So it doesn't really have a time element. It's just based on the last rotation, low or high, and it just anchors to that point.
Real quick, I do like how ES has swept that 4 hour level I was telling you guys about, that 69.61, and then we just started seeing some sellers step in here. Now it's a matter of, can sellers close below the 9 EMA on the 5 minute? If they do, that will be the first 5 minute candle close on the day, which then I would look to see if, sellers are still strong enough, then I'd go short. But right now, it seems like buyers are stepping in at that 9 EMA. Just wanted to make a quick note on that, and then to answer some more questions in the chat. For new people, a one-time payment is a good idea, not feeling rushed. Yes, Mr. Josh, that's another thing I forgot to mention about Lucid. That $70 that you're paying for Lucid is just a one-time payment. They don't do like monthly recurring charges or anything like that. So let's say it takes you 2 months to pass the eval, then it takes you 2 months, right? Which I don't recommend. I recommend you guys actually like try and pass it. But basically, point is it's just a one-time payment, whereas like other firms are reoccurring monthly until you pass. Do these firms teach you how to trade? No, they don't. They're just providing you basically with an account so that you can trade. How do you avoid going live? So I'm not like purposely trying not to go live. It's just that like when I take, let's say I take 3-4 payouts from a certain firm, then I'll start to trade elsewhere for a couple payouts and then I'll go back to the other ones. So I just basically have firms on rotation. I just don't think that I've gotten enough payouts from one specific firm to go live. I think with like Lucid, you need like 6 from Leo, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you need 6 payouts from one specific account in order for them to like call you up for live.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I had an account with Lucid that survived for like, I don't know, it was like 30 days or 28 days or something. And then I completely went out until and blew it. But I was like super close to actually being taking out like 5 payouts from that. I like to stick to the 25 and the 50K. Those are like my comfortable drawdown. Because really what you're paying for is a drawdown. You're not paying for $50,000. And I like the flex. I've also traded with their pro. People are asking in the chat for my Lucid discount code. If you guys use code Salma OGS, that will give you the best discount. They just actually made a new promo last night or this morning, so you can take advantage of that. And I think we are over our time, guys. So
we're just letting you blab on.
I know. I'm sorry. Hey, you like took up like 20 minutes talking about your monitors, so I don't want to hear it.
I did.
You did.
But guess what? The folks in the production, they're like, yo, you guys need to bounce. Because it's lunchtime.
That drop on silver though. Which prop firm are you talking about? I'm talking about Lucid, guys. I will drop a link so that you have the direct link to it. And then we'll wrap up the show here so production doesn't hate me.
All right, guys. Reminder, if you haven't already hit the like button, please do so. That helps us get spread out across YouTube so more people can find the stream. Also hit the subscribe button if you obviously haven't done that yet either. And appreciate you guys for jumping on. The team will be back on at 2:30 Eastern for Trade the Close. We'll see you then.
Thank you,
and
guys.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Ciao.
Bye. See you, chat.